began with a great dream to found a hospital with first-class service to the community. The Yarsi Foundation has made this a reality. The Yarsi Hospital, which runs according to Sharia principles, is located in the heart of the capital on Jalan Letnan Suprapto, Cempaka Putih, central Jakarta. The Yarsi Hospital has complete and modern facilities to offer first-class service to its patients. There are 450 beds for inpatient treatment, divided into 6 classes from third class to presidential suites. In addition, the hospital offers guest house accommodation for 19 families of patients. Outpatient services are provided by 35 polyclinics on the 3rd floor, and 15 more in the annex building. For dental patients, the hospital has 10 exclusive clinics and 80 regular clinics. A research and histopathology center further supports medical treatment and development.
Rumah sakit ini punya visi yaitu memberikan pelayanan terbaik, terunggul dan komprehensif kepada masyarakat pengguna sesuai dengan Islam. Dan misinya pertama adalah memberikan pelayanan kesehatan, yang kedua melakukan penelitian yang mendukung pelayanan tadi, dan yang ketiga adalah memberikan pendidikan kepada mahasiswa.
The Yarsi Hospital is committed to providing the best service to patients who require surgical facilities. The Yarsi Hospital in Jakarta has 5 central operating rooms, 1 emergency operating room, and 1 obstetric and gynecology operating room for maternity patients. In addition, an isolation ward is available on level 5 for patients who have contagious conditions or who may be vulnerable to infection.
Rumah Sakit Yarsi dipersiapkan sebagai rumah sakit pendidikan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Yarsi, menjadikan Rumah Sakit Yarsi sebagai sarana pendidikan dan penelitian buat kedokteran Indonesia.
Aspiring to become the referral of choice at the national level, the Yarsi Hospital is supported by leading technology and uses the latest high-tech medical innovations. The Yarsi Hospital in Jakarta uses an integrated information technology system to link all its units in offering fast, paperless service.
Harapan saya dengan adanya Rumah Sakit Yarsi ini adalah agar Rumah Sakit Yarsi dapat menjadi rumah sakit yang bernuansa Islami dan berstandar world class.
The Yarsi Hospital in Jakarta has facilities for an air ambulance in the form of a rooftop helipad for emergency cases. The emergency room includes an acute trauma center with 20 beds and its own operating room. Maximal service for patients who require surgery is a priority. Using minimally invasive technology, including in radiological, vascular, neurological, and cardiac interventions. For patients undergoing minor procedures, the Yarsi Hospital offers day surgery facilities for procedures where overnight stay is not required. The Yarsi Hospital, run on the principles of Sharia, is ready to serve the public in a friendly and professional manner, such that Indonesian citizens do not need to leave the country to obtain the best medical services possible.
said it ain't a fact. He turned around and took it back. Gotta make her all mine. Gotta take her all time. But if you play the game, you lose. And like a bird, your wallet's gone. You carry on, there's nothing else that you can do. But if you play the game, you lose. And like a bird, your wallet's gone. You carry on, there's nothing else that you can do. Don't get caught up. All that double talking, double talking. Don't get caught up. All that double talking, all that double talking. Here today and gone again. Alibi is wearing thin. You gotta take your own time. Gotta make your own mind. Ain't nothing left that you can, you can.
Yarsi berada di lokasi strategis yang dilewati oleh jalur busway koridor 2 dan 3, sehingga mudah dicapai dari berbagai arah. Yarsi mempunyai ruang kuliah amfiteater dengan fasilitas yang membuat mahasiswa nyaman dalam mengikuti perkuliahan. Staf pengajar lulusan S2 dan S3 dari universitas terkemuka dari dalam dan luar negeri. Di lingkungan kampus ada fasilitas hotspot dan internet 24 jam dengan kecepatan tinggi tanpa dipungut biaya. Jadi mahasiswa bisa mengakses informasi secara cepat. Kami memiliki perpustakaan cetak dan digital yang sangat lengkap, sehingga mahasiswa selalu update dengan perkembangan ilmu terbaru. Yarsi memiliki fakultas kedokteran umum, kedokteran gigi, akuntansi, manajemen, ilmu hukum, teknik informatika, psikologi, dan ilmu perpustakaan. Yarsi memiliki fasilitas pendukung yang sangat modern, sehingga para calon dokter bisa mempelajari berbagai hal seperti dalam kenyataan yang sebenarnya. Kami memiliki tujuan untuk menciptakan dokter muslim yang kompeten dan profesional. Fakultas kedokteran kami tidak hanya menerapkan kompetensi inti nasional dari pemerintah, tapi juga menambahkan 2 kompetensi lain dalam kurikulumnya, yaitu pemecah masalah dan dokter muslim. 2 kompetensi tambahan ini penting agar nantinya para dokter tidak hanya paham dalam pengetahuan, tapi juga dibekali bekal agama dalam pemecahan masalah sehari-hari dalam pelayanan mereka kepada negara dan masyarakat. Jadi, semua kompetensi ditinjau dari sudut pandang Islam. Di Yarsi, mahasiswa akan dipersiapkan tidak hanya unggul di dalam negeri, tapi juga bisa bersaing secara global. Karena kami sudah mempersiapkan menghadapi MEA dengan membuat kerjasama riset dengan universitas ternama di luar negeri, memberikan beasiswa, melakukan program pertukaran pelajar dengan universitas di luar negeri, dan tentu saja memasukkannya di dalam program perkuliahan. Untuk mendukung perkuliahan, kami memiliki laboratorium modern di dalam setiap fakultas. Dengan laboratorium terpadu yang kami miliki, kami bisa melakukan berbagai penelitian yang bertujuan memberikan kontribusi nyata di bidang ilmu pengetahuan dan bermanfaat bagi masyarakat luas.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Universitas Yarsi. Kita mempunyai pusat-pusat penelitian yang merupakan Advanced Research Center. Antara lain adalah pusat penelitian genomik, pusat penelitian sel punca, pusat penelitian herbal, dan ada pusat penelitian halal. Kita ingin nanti semua center-center ini menghasilkan penelitian-penelitian yang dapat dimanfaatkan oleh negara ini, sehingga bukan hanya pengembangan keilmuan tapi juga pengembangan hasil-hasil yang bisa meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat dan bangsa Indonesia.
Saya Trinoviati, biasa saya dipanggil Novi. Saya angkatan 1979 dan tahun 2013 alhamdulillah saya diberi amanah oleh pemerintah DKI untuk menjadi Direktur Rumah Sakit Umum Daerah Pasar Rebo. Semoga lulusan Yarsi menjadi dokter muslim yang mampu berkompetensi di level nasional maupun internasional. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Udah tahu mau kuliah di mana?
Aku Yarsi aja deh.
Pilihan yang tepat.
and gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? We would like to start the agenda in a minute. Please remain online and kindly switch your microphone to silent mode. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency, Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Guest, the Head of Indonesian National Board of Disaster Management, in this occasion, represented by the Director of Development for Disaster Management, the President of FIMA, the Secretary General of FIMA, the Head of FIMA, the Head of YARSI Foundation, and also the Rector of YARSI University, the Dean of Medical Faculty, YARSI University, all of distinguished speakers, all of IMA's delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning from Jakarta, Indonesia. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to extend our warmest welcome to you all to the yearly scientific meeting of the Federation of Islamic Medical Associations, FIMA 2021. It is such a pleasure for us to meet you in this event, virtually of course. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mustafira Yusuf. I will be the master of ceremony of today's event. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Let's praise to Allah for His blessing upon us, so we can perform our activities today. Prayers and peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his family and all of his companions. We do wish everyone in a safe condition, and do not worry, we have prepared for you some lined-up events, hopefully to be fruitful and engaging. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, FIMA Scientific Meeting 2021 is broadly organized by Medical Faculty, YARSI University, the Federation of Islamic Medical Associations, FIMA, and also in collaboration with Indonesian Islamic Medical Association, IIMA. The 38th FIMA Convention is held in conjunction with the 40th FIMA anniversary. Over following 2 days, the scientific meeting aims to promote discussion on integrated approaches of pandemic lessons to learn from COVID-19. This event is also generously supported by Prodia and Debian Network. We do really appreciate your enthusiasm in attending this event. Thank you so much. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before commencing this event, we will listen to the recitation of the Holy Quran that will be recited by Mr. Ahmad Barakah Al-Zufri. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ahmad.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار والفلك التي تجري في البحر بما ينفع الناس وما أنزل الله من السماء من ماء من السماء من ماء فأحيا به الأرض بعد موتها وبث فيها من كل دابة وتصريف الرياح والسحاب المسخر بين السماء والأرض وتصريف الرياح والسحاب المسخر وتصريف الرياح والسحاب المسخر بين السماء والأرض بين السماء والأرض لآيات لقوم يعقلون بين السماء والأرض لآيات لقوم يعقلون صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sadaqallahul Azim. Thank you to Mr. Ahmad for the very beautiful Holy Quran recitations. May Allah always give us guidance and help. Amin. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to listen to the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you, everyone. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before moving on to our main agenda, let us listen to a couple of remarks. For the first remark, we are very much honored to have the first opening speech that will be delivered by the Dean of Medical Faculty of YRC University Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Rika Yuli Wulandari.
Thank you, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. La haula wa la quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. Amma ba'du. Your Excellency, Minister of Health, Bapak Insinyur Budi Gunadi Sadikin, the President of FIMA, Profesor Dr. Ihsan Karamen, Head of National Disaster Management Agency, BNPB, Bapak Maijen TNI Suharyanto, Director General Dikti, Profesor Insinyur Nizam, the Chairman of YRC Foundation, Profesor Dr. Jurnalis Udin, Rector of YRC University, Profesor Dr. Fasli Jalal, all plenary speakers today and tomorrow, distinguished professors, colleagues, lecturers, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. In the name of God, the most merciful, the compassionate, and Lord of all the worlds. Prayers and peace be also upon our Master Rasulullah Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. May peace, God's mercy and blessings also be upon all of you. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is a real great pleasure for me to extend our very warm welcome to each and every one of you at the 38th FIMA Convention in conjunction with the 40th FIMA anniversary today. Taking the opportunity in this precious meeting, our FIMA Convention take the theme Integrated Approaches of Pandemic, Lesson to Learn from COVID-19. Here, we can discuss various issues and challenges facing by the Muslim medical world in relation to pandemic based on COVID-19 experience and how our medical education system can adapt to this pandemic situation. Your ready response to this invitation is an indication that the aims and objectives of FIMA resonates with you. We are truly grateful to our distinguished speakers, guests, participants for being with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, this 38th FIMA scientific meeting today and tomorrow actually is a part and as the big event of the 40th FIMA Convention to 2021 and also to celebrate the 40th anniversary of FIMA. The convention was preceded by two organizational meeting, pre-council exco meeting on Monday evening, 20 December, and the 38th council meeting on Tuesday and Wednesday evening on 21st to 22nd December. We also had two pre-conference seminars organized by IHC, Islamic Hospital Consortium, with similar theme, COVID-19 pandemic, challenges and opportunities, that was held on Tuesday morning. And also seminar by SIMCO, Consortium of Islamic Medical Colleges, with the theme, What Can We Learn from Pandemic COVID-19? Thank you to Dr. Iskha and Dr. Iwang who helped us in organizing IHC seminar and SIMCO seminar. We also would like to congratulate the new FIMA Exco leaders who were elected last night at 00:57 AM. The new president of FIMA Exco from Imam, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Abdul Rashid, the vice president from IMAXA, Saudi Arabia, the Secretary General from IIMA Indonesia, Dr. Eka Ginanjar, the treasurer from IMASA, Dr. Ashraf, and three new EXCO members from BIMA, UK, from Uganda, and from Islamic Hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, actually, it is the 6th time of Indonesia to be the host of FIMA Convention. And for YARSI itself, this is the 3rd time we organize FIMA meeting. The first was on 2006, and the second was in 2011, and this year is the 3rd. So it is really great honor for us from YARSI, especially by considering that our head of foundation, the head of YARSI Foundation, Professor Dr. Jurnalis Udin, is also one of the founding fathers of FIMA. He also has received the Lifetime Achievement Award from FIMA a few years ago. For the current scientific meeting, we have 3 keynote speakers, 8 plenary speeches, and 125 regular speakers that have submitted the abstract. So all of those abstracts that will be presented in 10 different breakout rooms today and tomorrow. In the end of the scientific meeting tomorrow, we will announce the 3 best presenters and we also will provide interesting present for the ones who get the award. So please give your best performance. All presenters also will get the opportunity to publish their works in various reputable academic journals provided by organizing committee, including international journal with Scopus Index and national journal with national accreditation. The topics presented here are related with health, biomedical, medicine, social and Islamic studies, information technology, information system, medical education related to COVID-19 and pandemic in general. As for the council meeting, in total 129 people attended the meeting, including the FIMA Exco members, president of FIMA from 23 countries, and all observers. The organization of the current FIMA convention is managed by Faculty of Medicine, YRC University, in collaboration with academici and greatly supported by FIMA, IIMA, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, the NPB, Prodia, the Bio, and also our journal partners. Many members of steering and organizing team have worked very hard to turn our initial visions for this conference into reality. With special thanks going to Professor Dr. Rashid, Dr. Iwang, Prof. Fasli, a steering committee, Prof. journalists that always guide us how to prepare the committee well, to Dr. Miranti as the program coordinator, Dr. Dian as scientific program coordinator, Mr. Didi as the founder and director of our event organizer academici, and all organizing committee members. Additionally, I would like to warmly thank all the authors who, with their presentations, generously contribute to the lively exchange of scientific information that is so vital to the endurance of the scientific conference. My final thanks would go to the scientific and technical editorial team of the proceeding of this conference. Again, thank you for all your kind support and active participation. I hope you enjoy and get benefit for this meeting, and I wish you to see you again in the next conference and meeting. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much to Professor Rika for the warm welcome speech. So ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda will be to welcome the Rector of YRC University. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now very pleased to invite Professor Dr. Fasli Jalal to deliver his welcome remarks. To Professor Dr. Fasli Jalal, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahilladzi hadana lihadza wa ma kunna linahtadiya laula an hadanallah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa la syarikalah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh la nabiyya ba'da. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency the Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, Budi Gunadi Sadikin, Your Excellency Head of the National Disaster Management Agency, Honorable Professor Ihsan Karaman, FIMA President, Honorable Professor Abdul Rashid bin Abdurrahman, newly elected FIMA President, Honorable Professor Dr. Yunalis Udin, founder of YRC Foundation and also FIMA founder, Honorable Professor Rika Wuliwandari, Dean of Medical School of YRC University, but also Chair of Steering Committee, distinguished guests, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us praise and give great gratitude to Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessing. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, his family, and his noble companions. We would like to congratulate Federation of Islamic Medical Association for its 40th anniversary, and the newly elected president. Allow me on behalf of YRC University to express our sincere gratitude to the FIMA Council for trusting us to host this convention. This is an important event since it gives us an opportunity to share and exchange experiences and ideas on issues that of strategic importance to the world, notably the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on Muslim world. The world is closer than before. As we might already observe, the world is increasingly interconnected. Globalization facilitates the movement of people, information, and knowledge. As the rate of internationalization increases with unhindered communication channels, it provides FIMA members worldwide with the opportunity to make the most of the possibilities this presents by forming global partnership and fostering relationship with other institutions. The Federation of Islamic Medical Association is a registered body of 54 Islamic medical associations from 43 countries worldwide, representing about 50,000 Muslim medical and health professionals. The mission of FIMA is to provide a platform for Muslim physicians worldwide in the areas of medical education and ethics, student camps, and humanitarian and medical relief. It is a not-for-profit and non-political and non-governmental organization. The Federation of Islamic Medical Association was formed on December 31st in 1981 in Orlando, Florida, USA. Professor Jurnalis Udin, our founder of YRC Foundation, is one of the founding members of FIMA. The 2021 FIMA Scientific Meeting is the third FIMA activity held by YRC University, an Indonesian Islamic Medical Association. YRC University organized its first FIMA Scientific Meeting on July 29 and 30 in 2006 with the main topic of organ transplantation and healthcare management from Islamic perspective. 5 years later, in 2011, Indonesian Islamic Medical Association and YRC University hosted the 28th FIMA Scientific Meeting in Jakarta, Indonesia from 16 to 17 September. A large number of delegates from 21 countries attended the meeting with the theme of geriatric in the paradigm of Islam. It was a mammoth task for the IMA and YRC University, but under the able leadership of Dr. Jurnalis Udin and his dedicated and professional team, this event was successfully conducted. The scientific meeting is a program held by FIMA every year. The meeting can carry out Islamic medical activities, including health, education, and research through cooperation and coordination among member organizations. This year's main topic is integrated approaches of pandemic, lesson to learn from COVID-19. The objective of this year's scientific meeting are, first, to review and discuss the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on the field of higher education, especially medical education. Second, to review and update the efforts that countries have made in dealing with COVID-19. Third, to discuss appropriate programs in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic by considering the availability of resources and policies of each country. Fourth, to provide recommendations for policy making in program planning related to the field of higher education and the broader handling of COVID-19, both at national and international levels. The COVID-19 pandemic, which began in the beginning of 2020, has made this meeting a virtual one. However, it seems that this situation did not dampen the enthusiasm of the participants to register and participate in the FIMA Scientific Meeting 2021. This scientific meeting is attended by 25 member countries, among others, Indonesia, Jordan, Sudan, Pakistan, Malaysia, South Africa, the United States of America, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Nigeria, Lebanon, Zimbabwe, Uganda, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Palestine, Pakistan, the United Kingdom, Somaliland, Australia, Ghana, Cambodia, Kenya, Cameroon, and Canada. More than 200 participants will take part in the more than 100 participants, will take part in the oral presentation, which will be held in parallel session covering health, society, information technology, economic, business, education, Islamic, and all studies related to COVID-19. Over 500 participants are already registered to join this historic convention. From this event, I would like you all to carry home with you the ideas, information, experiences, best practices, and lessons learned that you have shared during this webinar. You may use those insights to strengthen the FIMA partnership and to identify and develop the priority capacity building and design resource mobilization to overcome the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Finally, I would like to thank Professor Yurnalis Udin, the founder of YRC Foundation, Professor Abdul Rashid bin Abdul Rahman, used to be Secretary General, now newly elected President of FIMA, and then Professor Rika Yuli Urandari, Dean of School of Medicine, YRC University, and Dr. Miranti Pusparini, responsible person for organizing committee from School of Medicine, YRC University. Together with their team, they have been working tirelessly during the last 6 months to ensure that success of this historic virtual convention. Let's us praise Almighty Allah for His blessing and continued guidance, and also for Him to forgive our shortcomings. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much to Professor Dr. Fasli Jalal for the warm welcoming speech. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure now everyone is getting more excited to begin our next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very honored to have the first keynote speech that will be delivered by His Excellency, the Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency, Mr. Budi Gunadi Sadikin.
Seperti yang telah kita ketahui, pandemi COVID-19 telah menyebabkan gangguan luar biasa pada sistem medis, pendidikan, profesi kesehatan, dan sistem pelayanan kesehatan di seluruh dunia. Untuk menentukan strategi yang tepat dalam mengendalikan pandemi, sangat tergantung pada pengukuran indikator tingkat penularan, kapasitas respons, dan cakupan vaksinasi. Penerapan indikator-indikator ini menjadi dasar penyesuaian strategi dan upaya kesehatan masyarakat serta pembatasan sosial seperti penerapan pembatasan kegiatan masyarakat berbasis jenjang. Mengingat pandemi ini sulit diprediksi kapan berakhir, kita harus mempersiapkan diri untuk hidup berdampingan dengan COVID-19. Penguatan testing, tracing, dan treatment dipadukan dengan penerapan protokol kesehatan dan ditingkatkan dengan percepatan vaksinasi yang merupakan kombinasi kunci dalam perpindahan dari situasi pandemi ke situasi endemik. Dibutuhkan komitmen dan keterlibatan semua pihak untuk mewujudkan keadaan ini. Dalam rangka percepatan penanganan COVID-19 dan guna mencegah, mengurangi penyebaran, dan menjamin mutu pelayanan kesehatan dan keselamatan masyarakat, perlu dilakukan pemenuhan tenaga kesehatan yang didukung dengan kebijakan pelaksanaan proses registrasi dan perizinan tenaga kesehatan. Berdasarkan hal tersebut, Kementerian Kesehatan mempunyai kebijakan untuk memberikan kemudahan akses, untuk memperoleh registrasi dan perizinan bagi tenaga kesehatan untuk dapat berperan aktif dalam penanganan pandemi COVID-19. Apresiasi saya sampaikan kepada Universitas Yarsi yang telah menyelenggarakan scientific meeting dengan tema Integrated Approach to Pandemic, Lesson to Learn from COVID-19. Saya harap dengan adanya acara ini dapat menyumbangkan ide dan inovasi untuk penanganan pandemi COVID-19 maupun emerging disease lainnya, sehingga sistem kesehatan kita lebih siap di masa mendatang. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om.
Very well, thank you so much. It is a great pleasure for us to have Mr. Budi Gunadi Sadikin that can attend our event today and join us in this scientific meeting. Hopefully, all of the protocol, healthy protocol and safety protocol can be always adjusted in Indonesian country so it can improve from the spreading of COVID-19 in Indonesia. So ladies and gentlemen, the last but not least, we have an opening speech and will be continued by his keynote speech that will be delivered by the FIMA President. So ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to welcome Professor Dr. Ihsan Karawan.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Honorable Excellencies, esteemed dignitaries, honored members of Indonesian Islamic Medical Association and Yarsi University, valued conference participants from all over the world, dear sisters and brothers. As the outgoing president of FIMA, Federation of Islamic Medical Associations, I warmly welcome you to the FIMA Scientific Meeting 2021 in conjunction with the 40th FIMA anniversary. I cordially salute you all on behalf of FIMA Executive Committee and on my own behalf. FIMA is a registered body of 55 IMAs from almost 50 countries, which are either full or associate members, representing about 50,000 Muslim medical or health professionals worldwide. It is not for profit, non-political, and non-governmental organization. FIMA aims to foster the unity and welfare of Muslim medical and healthcare professionals, to promote Islamic medical activities including health services, education and research through cooperation and coordination among member organizations, to promote the understanding and the application of Islamic principles in the field of medicine, to mobilize professional and economic resources in order to provide medical care and relief to affected areas and communities, and to promote the exchange of medical information and technical expertise among member organizations. The main FIMA projects include, but not are limited to, SIMCO Consortium of Islamic Medical Colleges, IHC Islamic Hospital Consortium, FIMA Relief, FIMA Save Vision, FIMA Save Smile, FIMA Save Dignity, FIMA Lifesavers, FIMA Safe Water, FIMA Students Chapter, International Student Camps, Scientific Conventions, FIMA Yearbooks, HIV/AIDS Resource Center, our peer-reviewed online scientific journal, namely International Journal of Human and Health Sciences, and many others. Annually, FIMA held a convention with the host rotated among its country members. This year, Indonesian Islamic Medical Association, together with Yarsi University, are hosting the convention. The convention provides an avenue for exchanging medical information and technical expertise between member organizations. The theme for this year's convention is Integrated Approaches of Pandemic, Lessons from COVID-19. The theme will be discussed from various perspectives to gain lessons in different fields relevant to FIMA and its members. As we all know, one of the challenges faced during COVID-19 era is about physical meetings. Unfortunately, the 38th FIMA Council meeting was held online this year from December 21st, 2020, although the in-person meeting was supposed to be held in Jakarta, hosted by Yarsi University and organized by Indonesian Islamic Medical Association. But it was changed to a virtual one due to ongoing pandemic crisis and traveling limitations for the delegates from various IMAs. However, this traditional FIMA scientific meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting with main sessions to be held online on Zoom facility, thanks to great efforts of Indonesian Islamic Medical Association and Yarsi University. We all know and appreciate that in addition to its vast capacity and potential, Indonesian Islamic Medical Association is one of the most active and productive members of FIMA, thanks to its immense experience with hundreds of Islamic medical institutions and hospitals. Not only did it host FIMA Council meeting and scientific conference many times in Indonesia, It has also been represented in the FIMA Executive Committee for a long time, and most importantly, it is successfully holding the presidency of SIMCO. I thank all my Indonesian sisters and brothers who have always supported FIMA with their activities. On the other hand, Yarsi University, under the wise leadership of our dear brother, Professor Jurnalisuddin, hosted several FIMA meetings many times here in Jakarta and supported FIMA activities from the beginning. Brother Journalist is one of the pioneers of FIMA from the days of establishment back to 1981. This year, as you all know, marks the 40th anniversary of FIMA and adds extra value to this scientific conference. Our legendary leaders, including Professor Jurnalisuddin, launched our beloved FIMA in December 1981 in Florida, USA. Alhamdulillah, today, FIMA comprises of Islamic medical associations from almost 50 countries. This represents the biggest umbrella organization of Muslim medical and healthcare professionals worldwide. Dear participants, on behalf of FIMA Exco, I congratulate all my brothers and sisters in Indonesia who have contributed to the organization of this important meeting. My heartfelt thanks especially go to Indonesian Islamic Medical Association, Yarsi University, and the organizing committee of the conference. I salute you all and pray Allah the Almighty that this meaningful event will be completed in success and serve as a model for other similar events. We seek forgiveness from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and guidance for our future endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to address you in this scientific meeting in conjunction with the 40th anniversary of FIMA, organized by Indonesian IMA and hosted by Yarsi University. The task given to me for this second speech, which is keynote speech of the conference, is to summarize the lessons learned from the pandemic and to share my thoughts about future FIMA roles in this regard. As you know, we met with the COVID-19 outbreak at the end of December 2019. Since the first reports of cases from China, the pandemic has spread to all continents. Globally, over 270 million confirmed cases of COVID-19 have been reported in the past 2 years. Unfortunately, more than 5 million people lost their lives. As a major virus outbreak, the COVID-19 has led to a dramatic loss of human life worldwide and presents unprecedented destruction to social, religious, business life, mental health, and human relations. Almost all countries have had to impose restrictions on freedom of movement, disrupting daily life. As a result, 1/3 of the world's population was locked in their homes. And people had to stay away from their families, friends, social circles, and business. During the COVID outbreak, we spent 2 Ramadan seasons and celebrated 4 Bayrams, Eid. And we had to distance from mosques and congregations on some Bayrams. It was not easy for anyone. However, the most crucial lesson learned from the COVID-19 pandemic is that distance is not an obstacle to social life. Especially during the peaks of the COVID-19 pandemic, people were unable to have visitors or spend time with their families and friends. Many companies continued their business as home office during the pandemic, and associations made their meetings on online platforms. An unexpected benefit was that online platforms shorten distances and enable quick decisions and rapid communication with non-local participants, especially on important issues. And family conferences included faraway relatives in ways that would not have occurred before the pandemic. Since the onset of the COVID-19 outbreak, as FIMA, we have already coordinated online board meetings multiple times and General Council meetings twice. Of course, online meetings cannot substitute for the intimacy and efficiency of face-to-face meetings. Still, a video option for including non-local participants in discussions should remain post-pandemic. We have seen with the COVID-19 outbreak that an unexpected natural disaster or a seasonal viral outbreak can result in a short-term crisis until the hospitals can expand capacity. But this short-term crisis can have irreparable results. In the early period of the epidemic, mortality rates in leading European countries such as UK, France, and Italy exceeded high values such as 10 to 12%. Moreover, we saw the patients overflowed into the hospital corridors and even outside. For hospitals, identifying appropriate space for the influx of patients was a huge challenge. We have built field hospitals and additional hospital areas for inpatient care. The COVID-19 outbreak has taught us that we must be ready for unexpected disasters. Going forward, we should have a detailed disaster plan that includes disaster medicine, disaster triage, and increasing the ability to care for incoming patients. In the past 2 years, no curative treatment has been found. The protectiveness and effectiveness of the vaccines are also limited. All scientific data show that public engagement is the key to contain the COVID-19 pandemic. Outbreak presents irrefutable evidence that mitigation of the pandemic warrants immediate application of evidence-based non-pharmaceutical interventions like hand hygiene, respiratory hygiene, and social distancing by an empowered and educated community. All these require sustained public cooperation. A positive change in the behavior of the communities is the cornerstone of combating against outbreaks. By the way, we need to prepare informative texts and algorithms for the potential social crisis. Some people can have difficulty adapting to changes in social life or show resistance. We have seen the most obvious example of these reactions using face masks and lockdowns. Unconfirmed medical information, both in the academic world and the media, can cause confusion among the public. This confusion exacerbates the reactions. Another social crisis for Muslims was, of course, the short-term restriction of collective worship. Some people interpreted the temporary closure of mosques and the restriction of congregational prayers as an attack on religion. As FIMA, we prepared an informative document describing the attitudes of the Muslim community and political leaders in major epidemics reported during the history of Islam. We have distributed this document widely to prepare the Muslim public and population in member countries for the outbreak. This document mentioned measures allowed by Islamic scholars during epidemic periods and explained the quarantine advice of our Prophet Muhammad ﷺ by referring to the famous plague hadith. Therefore, the historical example of Islamic scholars aims to explain the necessity and fiqh aspect of individual and social measures to Muslim countries and communities during the pandemic. We have prepared detailed documents, declarations, guidelines, and posters, including the precautions on many issues concerning Muslims' daily life and worshipping practice. FIMA shared the posters and documents on its website and its own social media channels, allowing it to spread worldwide. When there were misapplications associated with Muslims in different countries, FIMA took the necessary initiatives to protect Muslim rights. In Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, for example, the government ordered the cremation of the dead bodies of all those suspected of the coronavirus. Because cremation of dead bodies is not permissible in Islam, and the World Health Organization and authorities in the field of infectious diseases have declared no need to cremate the bodies with COVID-19, FIMA has sent an open letter to the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. The Sri Lanka government was invited to allow Muslims to bury their dead according to their own beliefs, out of respect for all faiths and cultures. In September 2020, CEOs of 9 pharmaceutical companies issued a joint pledge that they would stand with science and not put forward a vaccine until it had been thoroughly vetted for safety and efficacy. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown that individuals, governments, and different groups can force science and scientists with various benefits. We know very well that all current ethical rules regarding drug research have emerged as a result of bitter experiences. We learned that evidence-based strategies are more beneficial than decisions made with panic. As FIMA, the Consortium of Islamic Medical Colleges, which works under FIMA and functions as an academic union of Islamic medical faculties, we organized regular online scientific seminars and shared up-to-date scientific data about the pandemic among member countries and organizations. And we supported the development of scientific knowledge with clinical studies. After the COVID-19 pandemic, an unfamiliar and different social structure has emerged. The outbreak had devastating sociological, psychological, and economic effects on social life. And some people say that life after the COVID-19 outbreak will never be the same. People no longer prefer to live in collective environments such as apartments. Instead, they prefer separate houses where they can be isolated. Physical and social contact with as few people as possible has become the new trend. Instead of physical relationships, online communication are getting more attention. Human relations were damaged. Family ties have weakened. People started to prefer a sedentary life, and an utterly consumer-oriented society has emerged. As FIMA, our most important role in the future is to place our own culture and faith at the center during the reorganization of the deteriorated social life. After the lockdown, due to the pandemic, our air was refreshed and healed. People were finally able to breathe again after years. Some animals that had previously left big cities have returned. We need to limit mass production and protect our world. Cities should be forced to innovate, to provide better living spaces while considering the health benefits. As FIMA, we should prepare informative documents, brochures, and posters for the clean and fresh world and explain its importance for people's life. This is in accordance with the recently formed FIMA project, FIMA Save Earth, as well. We must ensure that Muslim scientists take a more vital role in clinical research and studies on the COVID-19 pandemic and contribute to developing and spreading scientific knowledge. And in light of these scientific data, we should take lessons for the future. We should prepare guidelines for potential disasters and pandemics. We must reorganize our hospitals and train our staff against possible disasters. And finally, we must continue to produce public information texts and meetings without interruption. All scientific data show that public engagement is the key to contain the COVID-19 pandemic. A positive change in the behavior of the communities is the cornerstone of the fight against outbreaks. As we know, behavior changes occurs as a consequence of the interplay of three factors, namely baseline knowledge and skills, the available resources and opportunities, and the motivation to change old ways and habits. A successful communication strategy should target all these three situations to enhance knowledge and skills, increase resources, and drive motivation. In the light of these basic thoughts, I can summarize the future FIMA roles regarding COVID-19 pandemic in 6 items or articles. 1. FIMA should continue to keep the IMAs connected, sharing of innovations, experiences, efforts of each IMA in combating the epidemic. 2. FIMA should keep the IMAs abreast of the science and medical breakthroughs, so IMAs are all on the same page in championing vaccines, antivirals, and other therapeutics. Together, we challenge the fake news and pseudoscience in regard to COVID-19. 3. FIMA should assist the religious scholars to make the right decisions on various issues related to the practice of our faith in the midst of COVID, physical distancing, physical intimacy, Hajj and Umrah, permissibility of vaccines, etc. Actually, one yearbook of FIMA was written just to address these issues in the past, last year. 4. FIMA should carry on effective risk and strategic communications, as in the example of British IMA and Muslim Council of Britain's smart health messaging strategy targeting BAME, which is Black, Asian, and minority ethnic communities in UK. As a matter of fact, British IMA's key health messages, infographics, and a template sermon, khutbah, have been shared with 50 other affiliates in the Federation of Islamic Medical Associations fraternity last year. They have been translated into their respective national languages and widely accepted. 5. FIMA must be better prepared for future pandemics. 6. Last but not the least, FIMA must not be distracted but continue with its other activities uninterrupted. Training, youth, research, journal, relief, etc. and involve actively in other global ventures like FIMA Relief, FIMA Lifesavers, or FIMA Save Earth, etc. Thank you very much for listening. Jazakumullahu khairan kathira. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much to Professor Dr. Ihsan Karahman for your warm and insightful speech. So Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, we will begin our first plenary session. And this session will be led by the moderator. But first, let me introduce our moderator for this first plenary session. Her name is Dr. Siti Aisyah Ismail. She has education background in primary and secondary school at Pusat Pendidikan Islam Al-Amin, Kuala Lumpur, and graduated from Faculty of Medicine Universitas Indonesia, Jakarta. And she has the current position as the Managing Director at Imani Primary Care and also Managing Director at Ariha Palestinian Products. and she is also appointed as EXO at Imani Prokami and also EXO at Munisi. She is also an advisor at Green Crescent Indonesia. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I have the pleasure to hand over this session to Dr. Siti Aisyah Ismail.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear distinguished guests and participants, it is my pleasure to moderate this first plenary session. It is from the perspective of pandemics from the NPB and IMANA. Okay, we have actually spent 2 years in pandemic with more than 275 million confirmed cases and 5.3 million deaths globally reported to WHO. Indonesia itself has experienced 2 waves of outbreaks at the early or beginning this year in January, and another one, the second wave was in July and August 2021. Many of you were wondering how Indonesia managed these outbreaks. I would like to introduce our first speaker. Can we have his CV? Okay, our first speaker is Dr. Engineer Agus Wibowo, Masters of Science. He graduates his first degree in Civil and Hydro Engineering from University of Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, and he obtained his Masters in Geospatial Information from ITC University in the Netherlands, and he obtained his PhD in Geomatics from ITS Surabaya. He has joined the BNPB, or the National Board for Disaster Management, since 2012, and now he is the Director of Disaster Management and Strategic Development. Okay, so let's listen to Dr. Engineer Agus Wibowo, his presentation and analysis, and we'll learn the strategy in curbing the outbreak in Indonesia. Please welcome Dr. Engineer Agus Wibowo, Masters of Science.
Belum bisa unmute, oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity. Firstly, I would like to apologize that Lieutenant General Suharyanto, the head of BNPB, cannot attend this meeting and asked me to represent the presentation here. Okay, I would like to share the. Can we share the? Can you give me the access? Okay. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Nah, okay. Wait a moment, sorry. Okay. Okay. Please, next page, please. Next. This is the CV. Next. So, I would like to present. I have the 5 topics. Firstly, I would like to inform the recent update of the COVID-19 in Indonesia. Second, the strategy for prevention COVID-19 transmission in Indonesia. The third one is restriction on community activity and mobility (PPKM) in Indonesia, and also fourth is health protocol compliance monitoring, and fifth is anticipation of long holiday, Christmas and New Year, and also how to tackle the Omicron variant. This is the new one. Okay, next please. First, that the principle is that the disaster is a repeat event. So this is a event that long time ago at 1918 to 1919, that the disaster like COVID has already happened in and they call it first one is the pandemic of flu in Spain, Spanish flu. So it happened in Indonesia also 1918 to 1919. So this event also same as the natural disaster like a tsunami, earthquake. Also there is some period so that sometime they will appear again like tsunami, mostly long time. But for a flood, I think we learn also that in Jakarta we have the 25 years, 50 years, also 100 years. Every 100 years we have some big flood or something like that. So that the COVID-19 100 years ago already happening in Indonesia, also in the world, I think, and also caused a lot of casualties also in Indonesia. Next slide, please. So the fact that COVID, the UN, the WHO also explained that the COVID will be forever in the world. So that's why we have to live with the COVID. So, and we know already that the COVID-19 has increased the risk of the casualties or the fatalities and also some economic losses in Indonesia. I think everywhere also same problem also, that cause of fatalities and also cause of economic losses and everywhere also. Okay, next slide, please. This is the overview of the disaster, natural disaster in Indonesia. So that we know that we have a lot of disaster in Indonesia. Up to now, we have the almost 3,000 disaster even already, mostly hydrometeorologic disaster. 90% of the disaster in Indonesia is mostly a hydrometeorologic disaster, and the rest one is the geological disaster like the earthquake, tsunami, etc. Okay, next one, please. And this is the situation, current situation in Indonesia, that the total number of the confirmed case COVID in Indonesia is almost 4 million, and the recovery is also 4 million, and the fatalities is around 144,034 people dead of the COVID in Indonesia. So not Indonesia, and the rank of Indonesia is not so high, but it is a lot of cases also in Indonesia. Okay, and after the peak of the July, now we are decreasing. The case in Indonesia is very decreasing and very low comparing to other part of the world, like like the UK or like in Denmark or maybe like Singapore, etc. Okay, next slide, please. This is the long holiday. So usually in Indonesia, if we have some long holiday, the case will be increased. We can see here, we can see that there is a lot of many long holiday, and it causes increase of the case of the COVID in Indonesia. You can see here, next, and the peak is in July after the Idul Fitri holiday, long holiday, and we can see this is the lesson learned of in Indonesia, that every long holiday the people will be moved around, going to the parent home or relative, that cause an increase of the case of the COVID in Indonesia. Okay, next one. So this is the prediction based on the history, our lesson learned based on the long history, long holiday. So we make some prediction that the COVID will be increased again after the this end Christmas and also New Year 2022. So that's why the government will apply some restriction and some policy to controlling and to make that the COVID will be always lower. The cases will be lower. That's why we do some policy or some strategy. Okay, next one. So this is the strategy for controlling the pandemic. So the main strategy is, so we convert the pandemic to endemic. So we have the 4 strategies, the main global 4 strategies. First one is 3M. So we call it this is the health protocol, like the wearing mask, social distancing, and that's one is washing hand. So this is the 3 M, or we call it the health protocol. So this is we use, and we make some measuring, also some socialization, some restriction also, so that people become a discipline. This is some new habit for people in Indonesia, that they have to comply with the 3M principle. The second one is, we call it the 3T, or we call it the testing, tracing, and treatment. The last one is, we call it the vaccination. So the strategy is, we make sure that the 3M is high or discipline, the 3T also high, and also the vaccination coverage also high. So this is our strategy to controlling the transmission of the COVID in Indonesia. This is the main 3 strategies. Next strategy, next one, please. So the next one is that we make some tied or layering principle, or we call it the layering, tied control strategy Indonesia. So the first layer is, we layer screening for international travel. So we make some restriction that people coming from the abroad, foreigner or Indonesian, so we have some screening, like the PCR test before departure, PCR test upon arrival, temperature check, also some AHEC international check, also 5 time 24 hours quarantine, but now we adjust to 10. And the government also think that maybe we can increase, become 14 days quarantine. This is but not applied. But the current policy is that we have for 10 days, 10 by 24 hours quarantine. And then the second PCR test, and also proceed travel after all the clearance. Then the foreigner or Indonesian citizen can go or travel in Indonesia. The second one is, we use also apply some restriction. We call it the domestic traveling restriction. Like we apply, people can go to another city if they has do some PCR test or antigen test or other method of test, and also some vaccination requirement. So we will increase the requirement of the vaccination, become twice. So the first one is one vaccination can go to can travel, but next one, the policy, we will use 2 vaccination or complete vaccination. This is the some strategy or some method to restriction of the movement or mobility of the population. The next layer is, we call it the PPKM. We call it, this is some controlling movement and mobility of the population within some area. We call it in the some district or some village or some area. So we use some. This is usually we apply at the cities or kabupaten or regency. Then the next layer we call it the PPKM micro. This is the mobility or movement control for the people within the smallest area in the village. We call it the village area, or we call it the smallest village. We call it the RT or RV. This is the mostly one RT is 100 houses or something like that. So they will apply some task force. And the strategy we use still the same, the 3M plus 3T and vaccination. So then this is the screening or layering of screening. Then we have also some, we call it the task force. So every layer we have developed some task force. So we have the national task force, we have the provincial task force, we have the district city task force, and also we have sub-district task force, and also we have the village or sub-district task force, and also we have the RT, some like the smallest group of housing, mostly around 100 housing in the village, that they should also develop some task force also. So the task force, the main task of the task force is to prevent, to handling if there is some case, and also some to support if there is also some case, and also enforcement, like enforcement wearing mask, enforcement distance, keeping distance, also enforcement of washing hand or something like that. So this is the the some strategy how we control the movement and mobility of the population, so to minimize, then the transmission of the COVID can be also minimized, because the COVID is transmitted through the people of moving everywhere. So that's why the government applies some policies or some strategies to control the movement or mobility of the population of Indonesia. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the how we do some, as I mentioned before, this is some implementation of, we call it the restriction on community activities, or we call it in Indonesia, we call it the PPKM. So we have the three type. We have the emergency PPKM level, we have the tightened area PPKM level, and we have some micro. This micro and village or less than village. So let's say, and during the emergency, for emergency level, non-essential is 100% working from home. Let's say essential is 50% working from home, 50% working from office. On for critical, like 100% working from office and using the health protocol very tight. And also like maximum capability 50% until 8 a.m. So they can open from 8 to 8 p.m. or something like that. The transportation capacity is 70%. The online is mostly the teaching. The activity of the education is 100% online. And some industrial, some office can operate up to 70%. Mostly this is the critical office or the critical purpose or something like that. So we have some wedding temporarily suspended, like mostly the important store can open 24 hours. So dine in and take away only. We cannot dine in the restaurant, so only approve for take away only. So like some worship area like mosques and they are closed and also not doing mass worship and also temporary closed. This is some like recreation area. So this is the tightened area. So we have some 20% working from office, 75% working from home, something like that. So this is the level, how many people or how many we restrict, how we restrict the people movement. So this is in micro level and micro level and the village level. So we have some, this is the activity, how we limited the movement and mobility of the population. Next one, please. This is a control scenario for the, we call it the PPKM, the restriction on community activities. So we have some like emergency tightened area. We have some international and domestic travel arrangement, restriction on district city level activities, decreased community mobility. Government has the authority to transfer vaccine allocation, growth activity ban, education related to COVID-19, etc. So then we have some, we call it the leveling, like red, if there is some 5 house in the RT on the level of village, then we adjust that area become the red zone or something like that. So we will apply the emergency control, something like that. The orange is we have the 3 to 5 houses, yellow is 1 to 2 houses, and green is no houses confirmed case of COVID. So this is the how we control of movement of the people in Indonesia. Okay, next please. Next one, please. Okay, we do some handling also to the upstream handling arrangement. So this is same. This is same. Okay, next. Just next. Okay, next please. So we do also some strategy. So how to prevent, and the next one, please. Next. Before forward the community, the family level. Before, please. Previous. This one. Next. So we do some prevention also in the level of the family. This is the smallest structure of the community. So we do some, we have some task force also in the family, because usually we apply for the women or mother. So we use mother become the task force to prevent the transmission COVID in the family, like improve the personal 3M discipline. So the mother become the guardian of the family to warning the kid and warning the family member that they have to use the 3M. So wearing mask, keeping the distance, also washing hand. And also self-isolation of handling, also isolasi. We call it the self-isolation. We have also self-isolation and also determine the SOP in and out of the house. This is the very important because mostly the transmission of the COVID coming from family member traveling outside for walking, for shopping, then back to the house, that the family member and the mother should warning that family member that they have to take a shower, change all the clothes, and after that they can meet with the family member. This is the how we handling from the government level, from the national, provincial, and also up to the family level. Okay, next one, please. This is just the explanation of the triad controlling, how we handling the case, the confirmed case. If there is the without symptom, if there is some without symptom, so that when they will apply for a self-isolation or isolation at the house or isolation at the facility prepared by the village, prepared by the kecamatan, or prepared by the government. If there is some mild symptom, independent isolation, so we have the community isolation. So we have the family isolation, maybe they apply one house or one room in the house. Then we have also some community isolation, mostly developed by the village or kecamatan or regency or city. So they have some centralized isolation, community isolation to isolate some people, members that have some confirmed case of the COVID or something like that. So if there is some moderate symptom, so we will send it to the hospital. Then if there is some severe symptom, also we need also send it to hospital. So this is the strategy how to reflect the bed occupation ratio of the hospital. Not every people can go to hospital because the hospital will be full, so cannot. Then there will be another problem of the hospital. That's why we are selected only moderate or severe symptom can go to the hospital. The without symptom or mild symptom will go to the community isolation or self-isolation in the house. Okay, next one, please. So this is some sample of the how the government applying the PPKM level. So this is the Java. We divide into categories. Java Bali. This is Java Bali. So we can see in the green is level 1, yellow is level 2, and orange is level 3, and 4 is level red is level 4. There is no level 4 in Java and Bali. Mostly level 1 and level 2 and level 3. So every level will apply some policies like how many can we open the education, or how many people will be go to working from office or working from home or something like that. There is some criteria should apply in that zone. Okay, next one. Next, please. This is in Indonesia, outside of Bali and Java. So we can see also there is no red zone in Indonesia. Mostly 1 to 3. We can see 1 to 2 is mostly happening in Indonesia. Next one, please. Next one. This is the monitoring also. We do some monitoring of the 3M discipline of the 3M, or we call it the health protocol. So like here, we have the, cannot read, check my slide, that this is we call it the monitoring of the discipline of wearing a mask. You can see. So we measure, we use the task force every village, every city or kabupaten to measure how many people wearing the mask or something like that. So we can see the level of the discipline, how they are using the mask. So we measure it every level, every kabupaten or every city. Okay, next one, please. Next one is how we measuring the activity on the discipline, how they are keeping the distance. So every week we measure, and based on this, then we make some decision or apply some another policy. Next one, please. This is the how they use mask also. Okay, next one. Next one, and this is also how they use mask also. So we are measuring all the 3M. So we are measuring 3M, we measure the 3M, we are measuring the 3T, and we are measuring also the vaccination coverage. So based on this calculation, then we make the level of the PPKM level, whether they are in the level 1, level 2, level 3, or level 4. Okay, next one. And this is the activity how the task force is like education, distributing mass, and also some controlling of the movement of the population of something like that. Next one, please. This is also some activity also by the task force. So they do some spraying, disinfectant, they do some socialization, vaccination, etc. Okay, next one. Okay, and this one, then the common case of Omicron. This is the situation of the Omicron. We can see that the Omicron now almost all spread everywhere, and we are working hard to prevent that Omicron in Indonesia become low or low levels measured in the. Okay, next one, please. This is the case, the Indonesia number 18. So until now, we have the 3 cases of Omicron. So we have one from cleaning worker at the Wisma Atlet. This is the centralized isolation in Jakarta. We have one from South America, and we have one from UK. So we have 3 cases of Omicron in Indonesia. So based on this, we have the 3 cases. Then we do some testing from the 250 close contact. So we found that there's some is there any Omicron or not from based on the 60 confirmed case or something like that. So based on this, we are working hard like the tracing. We have the genome sequencing, and we do some other strategy policies to do or to controlling the Omicron spreading in Indonesia. Next one, please. So this is the Omicron friend control suggestion and recommendation. Like we apply some quarantine. So we increase the quarantine from 5 days to 10 days, and we increase for the certain country like UK, like Denmark, like South Africa. They have to apply for 14 days quarantine. So we this is the strategy to suppress the spreading of the Omicron in Indonesia. So like we will open another airport for the entry, and we will have some open some another facility for quarantine of the people. So we have the 2 type of quarantine. So this is the a student, and then government official, and also some private, or we call it some other traveler. Okay, next one, please. This is our protocol for foreign traveler. So we have the temporary closure for entrance for Indonesia. This is some country like Hong Kong. Hong Kong already eliminated and replaced by the UK and Denmark. So they are from South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho. This is the cannot be entered to Indonesia, and all the way to enter Indonesia, there are some travel from other countries or something like that. So this is the how we controlling how to minimize the transmission of the Omicron case in Indonesia. So we do some restriction or some strategy or some policy like the quarantine, increase the quarantine from 5 days to 10 days, and increase also from 14 days for certain countries. Okay, next one. Okay, this is also the how we monitoring the controlling also. This is the last athlete. This is the provision of quarantine arrangement based on type of foreign entrance. I think this one the same method as the before. So the main idea is that the layering one for this is the source of the Omicron is coming from outside on from foreigner. That's why we do some restriction for them to enter to Indonesia. If there is unclean, after we do some quarantine, we make sure that they are clean, then they can enter to Indonesia. This is the method how we minimize the transmission of Omicron in Indonesia. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agus Wibowo, for an excellent presentation. So we already have the picture of what are the strategies implemented in Indonesia to curb the outbreak. Do we have any questions from the audience? Can you put up your hand? You can say it. Any question? Okay, I have one from Dr. Shaifuddin Ali Ahmad. Can we have the spotlight on him? Dr. Shaifuddin Ali Ahmad, please. Can we allow Dr. Shaifuddin to speak? Please unmute Dr. Shaifuddin Ali Ahmad.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Aisha. I would like to ask about the prediction for the third wave. According to your data from the PNBP, I think to make sure that in the next year, in the coming year, upcoming year, maybe to 2022, about the prediction for the third wave, can you explain maybe based on your data, especially for the vaccination coverage, and then also for the quarantine and PPKM level. So with the higher PPKM level, so it is much more higher, much higher risk to get the third wave or not. I would like to know about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dr. Agus, you can answer. What are the chances or the risk of having a third wave in Indonesia?
Okay, thank you, Pak Dr. Saifuddin. So, according to the meeting in the level of the expert, we have the expert and we call it the task force. They mentioned that the third wave cannot be avoided. So could be avoided. Third wave will be occur in Indonesia, but our task is how to minimize. So this is our job. Our job is the third wave will be coming. We don't know when, but we predict in the January or February. But our task, our strategy, and our policy, how to minimize the confirmed case. This is the important. So how we lowering the curve and how to minimize the impact of the third wave. So this is our job. This is our job, the task. The third wave will be there, but we make sure that the curve will be low and the confirmed cases not so many. So the hospital still working well, and also the health worker also still there. So that because based on this prediction, so everything will be no problem for us or something like this. Is our prediction based on the meeting with the expert. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. Anyone else who wants to direct question? Okay, I see Meiti Ayu from Prokami Kepri. Please allow Miss Meiti Ayu to speak.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Aisha. This is a very special moment for me. This is the first time I join FIMA convention. And Dr. Aisha is also my friend. We are with here again. Long time we not see. From maybe 2003 last time we see in in Salemba at Salemba. Okay, I'm Meti. I'm from Imani, Kepulauan Riau. As you see, sir, Kepulauan Riau is one of the province between uh, what we call it, perbatasan ya, perbatasan. Yeah. Jadi between Singapore and Malaysia. As we know, the Omicron there is also rapidly spread to the citizen. And in Kepulauan Riau, we also must concern about this. But I see the government not clearly prepare for this Omicron virus. What I want to ask, how we can uh, uh, prevent this Omicron to spread in our province that nearly close to Malaysia and also from Singapore. And the border between the three countries is not strictly, and as we know, the Omicron also uh, uh, different from COVID virus before, and the prognosis also not known, and the symptoms also different. So how we can detect this virus, and how the people should aware, especially during this Nataru season. People go around for the culture here. Yes. People from Singapore and from Malaysia in the end of year, so many from their country go to Tanjung Pinang, go to Lagoy Bintan, go to Batam to take vacation. So please give us the preparation that we should do for this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the good question, Dr. Agus. We are asking for what are the steps to take care of our border, especially in between Malaysia and Singapore.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Good question. So this is same principle in the with I mentioned before. First one is that we have to layering. One is to tightening the entry point from the outside or from Malaysia, from Singapore. So we need to apply the tight quarantine. So in Riau, I think in Kepulauan Riau Island, so we have the one entry point. I think one entry point at Batam. I think so. We have the one entry point from the from the port. I think from Batam. So they should provide the quarantine. So then they need to testing the people enter and with the same requirement in the Jakarta and other place in Indonesia. So they have to do some quarantine and checking, and after that, after clean, they can release or can traveling to the city of in the Batam or something like that. So that we increase the quarantine from 5 to 10 and maybe 14 is this is the method or the strategy to minimize the people traveling around. This is the method how minimize the people traveling around. So that means the government of the Rio should strict in the enter point and the port or in the airport on the port. So they have some restriction there and check and quarantine. So I think the quarantine make people worry or they don't travel. Like me, I don't want to travel outside because the quarantine of 10 days quarantine is very tough, very hard for me. So that's why I don't want to travel or something. We want the government want like this. So people, so we everybody so passion inviting and stay at home and use the electronic or we call it like Zoom or some other device or technology for communication or for moving around something like that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I have one final question. Okay, regarding the lockdown, what are the indicators for implementation of PPKM, and how sensitive are the indicators since Indonesia has experienced two waves? The effectiveness of this PPKM, the movement control, and what are the indicators?
So the leveling of the PPKM level 1, 2, 3, 4 is measured based on the three strategies I mentioned before. One is 3M. So we measure the discipline of wearing mask, the keeping distance, and also washing hands. So we measure, and the task force in the village, task force in the city, they are measuring this, collecting some data, and based on this, we measure the number of the 3M. So there is some number, mass index, then the social distancing index, and also the wearing the washing hand index also. And we measure also the movement of the people. So we are moving. We are measuring the moving of the people based on the Facebook data and also based on the satellite data, and also measuring we are using the Google. So we have the Google traffic. We can measure what is the index of mobility within the city. This is the first parameter from the 3M. Then second, we are measuring also the number of the 3T, like testing. What is the cover? The number of the testing, whether below the 5%. Then what is the number of the tracing below 5 or 5 to 10 or something like that. There is some criteria. Then also some how many people are in the, what is the bed occupation ratio in the hospital. So based on this, and also based the number of the vaccination coverage, so we will measure what is the level of the every district, whether they are at the level 1, level 2, level 3, or the level 4. This done by the Minister of Health. So the Minister of Health, the data from the BNPB, the data from the all the other line of ministry will send to the Minister of Health. Then they will do some calculation, some measuring, and this measuring is quite accurate. Accurate. Then after that, the result will be sent to the Home Affairs Ministry. Then the ministry will make some like regulation or something like that. So the accuracy is very accurate. I think this is very accurate. This is the method how we make some leveling and make some lockdown. So if the 3M is poor, the 3T also poor, the low level, the low value, the vaccination coverage also low level, then they will have the red or zone 4 or something like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe that was the last question. We have a second speaker after this. Let me summarize this from Dr. Agus. Okay, so the management or the strategy implemented by Indonesia to restrict the spreading of COVID, especially in the new variant Omicron, is the implementation of 3Ms, 2Ts, movement control and restriction, PPKM, and mass vaccination. I see a lot of local government are doing a very good job. And also the implementation of local task force up to family level. And they also implement a border restriction and quarantine, which makes people consider, if they want to come into Indonesia for holiday, they will spend half of their time in the quarantine. So that will actually prevent people from coming in. And BNPB also do some spatial monitoring of compliance through the Peduli Lindungi application. Okay, thank you everyone for the questions. Thank you, Dr. Agus Wibowo, for an excellent presentation.
Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, moving on for the second speaker, we already have Dr. Mariam here. I see you. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Mariam. Okay, so Dr. Mariam is going to speak about climate change. It's a critical crisis that we're having right now because it has impact our health. So we're going to talk about that today. Let me first introduce Dr. Mariam. Can we have a CV? Okay, Dr. Mariam is the president of IMA of North America. She graduates from Ohio State University for her medical degree, and she obtained her master's degree in public health from Wright State University and completed her internal medicine residency at Riverside Methodist Hospital. Currently, she's working at Ohio State University at the Comprehensive Cancer Center and is completing her fellowship in hematology and oncology. Okay, let's learn from the speaker so we can raise more awareness on climate change and how climate change actually imposes a threat on our health. And what can we do to slow the progress and repair the damage done? Okay, so please welcome Dr. Mariam Hussein. She's still muted. Yeah. Can the committee unmute Dr. Mariam, please? Okay.
Assalamualaikum. Dr. Aisha, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Jazakallah khair. Thank you so much for that very kind introduction, and it's a real honor for me, so thank you so much. I guess I'll get started if
Okay, can we show Dr. Mariam's slide? It's almost 11 at night, is it?
Yeah, it is over here. Yeah. I almost missed this. So.
I hope we don't hold you up too late tonight.
No. Hey, it really is my pleasure to be here. Alhamdulillah, you guys have done such a great job with this meeting so far. So it's been a pleasure hearing it. So thank you. Okay, perfect. Yeah, Jazakallah khair. Thank you. Okay. All right, Assalamualaikum, everyone. Like I said, thank you so much again, Dr. Aisha, for the nice introduction. So my name is Mariam Hussein, and I'm very honored to be here to speak to you all about this very important issue, at least for me as well, too, that I have a passion about. Before I get started, I just want to thank all the organizers, Dr. Aisha, Dr. Dian, and all the organizers with Indonesian IMA. I also must thank Dr. Musa Nordin from Malaysia IMA. He was a huge help in putting these slides together as well. Also want to thank Dr. Sharif Al-Ghazal with the British IMA and Dr. Pervez Malik with Iman as well. They've just been a lot of support for this topic. And alhamdulillah, earlier, yesterday, the FIMA Save Earth project to focus on climate change. So I'll get started with this. If you could please, next slide. Yes, perfect. Thank you. So the Lancet, which some of you may be familiar with, this very reputable scientific journal in the world, basically is calling climate change as the greatest global health threat facing the world in the 21st century. And they stated this back in 2015. So before I get started too much more, so from someone from the United States, even though I am, alhamdulillah, I'm glad that, I live in a country like this, I do want to acknowledge that I understand that my country is definitely a big consumer and producer of greenhouse gas emissions, and our behaviors are definitely contributing to this crisis more than any other country, maybe competing with China as just the other competitor. But I do know that solutions must include those who are most affected by this as well. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing your thoughts and comments, and just want to make this a very open conversation for what the purpose is. Next slide, please. So I very much like this sure, and it just helps remind me that always bringing everything back to the Quran itself and what Allah teaches us, and that alhamdulillah, the earth is a blessing for us, not just a place that we live and work, but a blessing, and we can use it to better understand how Allah does work and the extent of Allah's power and beyond. And you realize as you observe the earth as well too, and other processes, just how intelligent and beautiful a design the earth is, mashallah. Next slide, please. So we're all very familiar with this concept of balance in Islam, right? So Surah 55 verses 7 to 9 talk about how Allah's created everything in due balance, and how we must establish justice and not fall short of that balance. Next slide. But unfortunately, whenever we do get out of balance, Allah also warns us of this as well too, such as when we stress earth systems and throw the earth out of its own natural balance. We are directly warned of these consequences, that corruption has appeared throughout the land in Surah 30, verse 41. And it's very clear that our actions and anything that we may do, as they spread more and more and they are unchecked, that can lead to a lot of consequences, and that it is incumbent upon us to try to bring ourselves back to righteousness and a righteous path. So what exactly is climate change, and why is this such a problem, right? And why is this something that Allah potentially even warning us about in the Quran? So the very basic idea of climate change is that humans are burning fossil fuels in the form of coal, oil, natural gas. That puts carbon dioxide, CO2, into the atmosphere. And then because CO2 is a greenhouse gas, and then it can get trapped more easily in the Earth's atmosphere, the planet gets warmer. Next slide. So what is our atmosphere? It's actually a very, very thin layer above the Earth's crust. When they talk about these shuttles that go out into space and orbit, it's only about 50 miles up that you get outside of our atmosphere. And so that mainly consists of nitrogen and oxygen. And even though the other parts that as well that can make up the atmosphere are things like water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide. But unfortunately, things like carbon dioxide and methane are greenhouse gases. So the more that you put them out into the atmosphere, the more that they get trapped inside this atmosphere, and there's less opportunity for it to get reflected back into space. So then we get this greenhouse effect. So so this is going to be an animation of how this greenhouse gas effect works exactly. So in the next slide, you'll see that, mashallah, from the sun, that we basically get sun of these light waves and heat. Perfect. And then with the next slide, that we see that some of that energy, as I mentioned, it gets absorbed by the Earth and it gets thrown back into space. Perfect. And then next slide here, basically, again, just saying that that heat ends up getting, or those gases end up getting absorbed, and then they are radiated back onto the Earth's crust as heat. And then with the next slide as well too, then we see this idea of greenhouse gas effect. That how the compounding of these greenhouse gases, if we go to the next slide, they basically end up ping-ponging back on each other, and they don't end up going back into space. So then you end up getting, just like in a greenhouse, this ends up leading to more warming of the Earth. And so I want to just to keep, just to remind us of this stuff, that greenhouse gases in and of themselves are not bad necessarily. They certainly allow us to live, right? We inhale oxygen, we exhale carbon dioxide. Plants cannot live without carbon dioxide, even though they make oxygen. So it's not that necessarily producing fossil or consuming fossil fuels or these greenhouse gases being emitted is necessarily bad. It's just the excess amount that is being emitted into the atmosphere, and then the excess amount and the heat that gets absorbed because of that ends up causing a lot of these problems and altering the climate and the world around us. Next slide. So again, we all have seen these factories before of all these, throughout the world. And really this problem started significantly more in the mid 1800s during what we call the Industrial Revolution, when fossil fuels were definitely being burned a lot more and out of balance from what they were before. Even though we've had a lot of advances because of it, so with trains, cars, planes, and all of that. But as we'll see, that as temperatures rise and CO2 increases, that's when we enter into a lot more problems. Next slide. So this is a graph of what I was showing earlier about the level of carbon dioxide and how it's slowly been increasing since the Industrial Revolution. So if you can see from the first part from the 1880 to roughly about 1990s or so, that there's one slope on this curve of the amount of greenhouse gases that are being emitted. And then past 1990s and 2000s, you see that the curve becomes a lot more steep. And then as we end up emitting more fossil fuels, that curve ends up becoming more and more steep. So you end up getting more concentration of carbon dioxide and then an overall increase in global temperature. So what happened? So why is this important, right? Now, a lot of you may have heard about the goals from the UN Conference of Parties, or COP. Most recently, the meeting COP26 that happened in Glasgow. And basically what they're saying, and a lot of climate scientists are saying, is that on our current path, which is the red line, that if we go above 2 degrees Celsius or even 4 degrees Celsius, that is essentially not consistent with human life. That the amount of damage that's going to happen, the amount of heat, the amount of imbalance and disasters that will occur will not be a place where humans can safely live on planet Earth. However, if we change course and change some of our practices as a worldwide community and cut emissions, like you can see on the green line, that there's a lot more chance we can get less than 4 degrees Celsius and inshallah even less than 2 degrees Celsius. Next slide. Thank you. So then when we look at, as I mentioned earlier, just, the increase in temperatures, we also see that this ends up having not only an impact on the atmosphere, but also in the oceans. And then what we end up seeing as a result of that is a lot more wild weather and rising sea levels. Perfect. So then oceans, usually we talk about land, right? So humans living on land, what are the disaster situations? But then we end up seeing that oceans play an extremely critical role in climate change as well. So they actually absorb a significant amount of heat that ends up getting trapped by the atmosphere. So the land will absorb it, but since the Earth is obviously a majority water, it ends up absorbing the heat, and then that heat ends up getting redistributed around the entire world. And then what we see here is that over the last century, at least even, that global temperatures of oceans has started to increase. And then primarily you see it at the ocean surface as well, not necessarily deeper down levels. Next slide. So then here, what does that mean? So as oceans get more, as they get hotter, that you end up seeing that sea levels rise. And that's mainly because of melting glaciers and collapsing ice sheets. We've all seen pictures of those, and I'm sure videos of that, unfortunately, at the Arctic and at Antarctica. And so unfortunately, because of that, we've seen that in the last 100 years or so, that there's been an unprecedented increase in sea levels around the world, and that unfortunately has been affecting a lot of communities as well. Next slide. So when you see an increase in sea levels, you end up seeing higher tides, which means more flooding. And then for those, I don't need to mention this for places, some island nations and island states, such as Indonesia as well too, that this ends up becoming a very real problem for a lot of people around the world. And this is only expected to increase as the years go on. Next slide. So then when you look at this relationship, that as you see, even with so as the ocean temperatures increase as well too, that this relationship that oceans have with the atmosphere and specifically with water vapor as well too. So when you have the increase in temperatures in the oceans and then also along with the atmosphere, basically warmer atmospheres hold more water vapor. As I mentioned, one of the gases that is in the atmosphere as well too. And that's why we usually see that things can be a lot more humid during the summertime. But when you have an increase in temperature, it allows more evaporation right into the atmosphere from different surfaces. And then that water is more available for storms. And then that ends up altering and mutating the water cycle almost, where there's an increased amount of rain. You end up getting heavy precipitation events anywhere around the world. But then it also ends up being abnormal and out of balance in the sense that normally you can have normal jet stream flows within the atmosphere that drop a normal amount of water in different parts of the world. But then when you have these excess amounts of water vapor in there, you get an abnormal distribution. So then some places will get horrific flooding and precipitation events, whereas others will get have a lot more drought seasons and not access to more water or at least precipitation in that way. So then that ends up leading to these extreme situations and again, an unbalanced situation. Next slide. So then at least speaking again for my country, at least with the US, we're starting to see that a lot more, where these abnormal, very heavy precipitation events that end up happening. And as you can see, it's not very well distributed around the country as well too. So, and then what we're end up seeing is that in places in the Southwest and Western side of the country, that you have these phenomenon called mega droughts. Where a lot of water is being wasted in those, just to, not wasted, but just to try to actually irrigate farmlands, whereas you end up having too much of these precipitation events here on the eastern side as well too. Next slide. So then with the temperatures being increased, as you guys obviously can surmise as well too, that ends up being just hotter temperatures as well. So when you have those conditions where there are extremes and you have more dry conditions, that makes it very easy to have wildfire situations and then just increased temperatures. And again, we can see that in terms of, at least in the States, that the amount of acres that are being burned in wildfires just continues to increase as the years go on too. And this isn't obviously something endemic to the US. France ended up having a lot of wildfires during, I believe, just in the last couple of years. Algeria did as well. And then Australia ended up having a significant amount of wildfire damage as well. Next slide. So this is really serious stuff, right? That all of this is going on. And then, so not only is it just that temperatures increase or that the atmosphere changes or oceans, but then that has a direct impact on all living beings. And so that not only impacts nature and non-human life, but also our own health and as well as animal and planetary health, but then also economies as well too. Next slide. And then what we see again, unfortunately, and I think all of us have seen this or witnessed this at least at some point, that again, just to reiterate that you end up getting extreme heat, heavy precipitation events, intense drought. So that ends up being a food security issue. You get higher risk of wildfires. So again, people issue with homelessness and then just even health quality as well. And then stronger and more rapidly intensifying hurricanes or cyclones, depending on which side of the world that you live in. Next. And then lastly, again, to be realistic about these conversations as well too, especially for those who are more statistically minded as well, is that despite, in addition to just life being lost and a lot of quality of life issues related to this climate change crisis, is that it ends up being a very costly situation as well too. So specifically, just even in the US, so one country alone, that within the last couple of years, the amount of disasters ended up costing the US government more than $1 billion. So just imagine it, amplifying that throughout the world and all these disaster situations that countries have gone into. And this ends up just being a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of unnecessary damage that ends up costing people and taxpayers more. So this this picture right here, I like this picture because I feel like it does a good kind of putting these issues together. And this is from our government agency here, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or the CDC. And so basically it just talks about all the potential impacts of climate change on human health. And you can see that they all are interconnected in a way as well too. And they're not, and as in the middle, you'll see that this basically cyclical relationship, that as you increase temperatures and as these situations, the natural disaster situations get worse, that these health impacts end up becoming amplified. And again, talking about different countries that are being more affected than others, that of course there are definitely more being affected than others. And it's very, you cannot disconnect the behaviors that we have and the impacts they're having around the world. And one thing that I just always like to try to make people focus on this slide at least, is the bottom left. Where they talk about, so again, you can think about heat stroke and water issues and food issues and all of that, along with other medical issues as well. But then ultimately, as these situations worsen, you will end up seeing a lot more forced migration, conflict around the world, and then mental health disorders as well too. And we're obviously, humans being humans, we definitely have conflicts at any given point in time, but we're seeing a lot more of these happen, especially in different Muslim countries as well too. And is only projected that these situations will get worse as the planet gets more stressed. And then that just ends up compounding the problems even more. Next slide. So I know that that was a lot of very hard information, obviously, and it's very hard to hear sometimes, right? That it just seems like there's bad news. But along with this article that had come out in 2015 from the Lancet, after they mentioned that climate change is the greatest global health threat, they immediately said that it is also their greatest opportunity to redefine how we basically determine health, so socially and environmentally as well too. Next slide. And along with that as well too, that not only do you need a scientific article, but even just the Quran, right? Just being a book away, that very famously, that verily with every difficulty, there is relief. So again, we have a problem and a crisis, but alhamdulillah, we do have opportunities to change it, and the solutions are there, placed by God, mashallah. So I just offer about 10 solutions, or at least ideas to talk about solutions in different, and I would really enjoy hearing people's thoughts about this and any other solutions that people may have on how we can further address these issues. So I think first and foremost, right, just remembering our faith and connecting things back to dhikr and all that, who are we, right, as humans? So even though we cause a lot of problems and, we are prone to conflict, that we are essentially Khalifa on earth, right? And so not only do we have a responsibility to ourselves, but to each other and to Allah ultimately. And so because of that, we can work together to basically help create and engage these solutions for climate change. Next slide. There's this concept of One Health that the WHO has been talking a lot more about recently. But again, it's a concept that's very much within our religious principles as well too, that it's this idea that the health of people is connected to the health of animals and our shared environment. And when you protect one, you protect all. And again, that really harkens back to what the Quran preaches a lot as well too, that our responsibility, but also to stay within balance as well too, and respect all of God's creation as well. Next slide. Halal and tayyib. So obviously, halal being an extremely important concept in our faith as well too, but also adding on to that and not forgetting the concept of tayyib, or purity with food as well too. So very clearly, Allah talks about eating of the good things, of tayyib foods as well too. So not only should they be lawful, and let's say how an animal is sacrificed so that we can eat it, but how was that animal raised? And was it treated well? And was it grown in a condition where it was respected as well too, for the dignity again of all creation. And not only just when you think about the lawfulness of food, but even the other aspects, non-meat foods, for example. So a lot of food, vegetable products that we have here in the States, a lot of farm workers end up picking those for us. Let's say strawberries, for example, usually in the southwest of the country. But a lot of those farm workers are subject to physical and sexual abuse. And so is that food still halal and tayyib if it might, again, if Allah's name's been invoked on anything, or if it's been prepared the right way, but if humans are being abused because of it, can we look the other way? And is that a just system or not? So just some things to think about there. Next slide, please. So, and I must give credit to my friend, Dr. Madia Saeed, who is the founder of Holistic Mom MD. She's the one who's really enlightened me on this concept of tayyib and promoting a Quranic style or influenced style of healing and living. So I really encourage everyone to check her website out. It's holisticmommd.com. Next slide, please. So in terms of, again, just hearkening back to what I was talking about too, that essentially what this comes down to is decreasing our CO2 emissions, right? And that we need to basically get away from our continued trajectory and go to one that gets us to at least 1.5 or less than 2 degrees Celsius, because we're above 1.5 degrees Celsius as it stands right now. So next slide. So how can that look? So basically decreased energy use. So not just, and again, as I mentioned before too, that this is something my country needs to do as well, but kind of overall as well too, that not focusing or relying on fossil fuel based energy, but on different cleaner energy modalities, such as solar power or wind power, for example. This doesn't just have to be in homes. It could also be in clinics and hospital systems and businesses, wherever you may work. And the WHO has started this platform called the Health and Energy Platform of Action. And it basically is a collaboration with the World Bank, the UN Development Program, the Department of Economic and Social Affairs. And it basically is to help people stay connected with updates in energy solutions around the world. So it's a real global community effort in that regard. Next slide. And so again, there's and just more as a reminder for people in the global north as well too, that there are a lot of opportunities for renewable energy as well. So for example, as I mentioned, right, that there's a lot more drought and drier conditions on the western side of the country, but then that's also a prime location for wind power, for example. And then and then on the more eastern side of the country as well too, that there's opportunities for solar energy as well. So it's one of those things that the market, even the global markets, are shifting a lot more to renewable energy sources. And inshallah, that can also create a lot of job growth and economic growth through green jobs, for example, instead of, again, just profit based on these fossil fuels that are really contributing to this climate crisis. Next slide. An even bigger solution, I think, sometimes is stopping or curbing deforestation. And I know that that's an issue, again, mainly in Indonesia, or not mainly in Indonesia, but for this audience as well, too, that mashallah, you have amazing rainforests. And so they are used as a great opportunity for a carbon sink to absorb more carbon instead of oceans only absorbing the carbon. But again, a lot of that forest is being, or a lot of that land is being deforested, usually for agriculture as well too, or for logging business as well. And please, I would like it if anybody could please update me on that as well. But the more we invest in replanting trees and these efforts, that can help again absorb more carbon, and that can offset a lot of these greenhouse gas emissions that we have right now. Next slide. And we all remember this hadith, this famous hadith that of the Prophet, that if sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that if the resurrection were to be established upon one of you while he had in his hand had a sapling or for a plant, then let him continue to plant it. So obviously there are a lot of interpretations of that hadith, but it just also, it's amazing that something environmentally focused was able to remind us, right, of dhikr, and again, of the taqwa of Allah as well, too. Next slide, please. So what's another thing that we can do as well? So we talked about, energy and reforestation, but also changing how we travel as well too. So I guess the one thing that this COVID-19 pandemic has forced everyone to do is to do a lot of things virtually. So there's a lot less air travel, at least earlier on in the pandemic, and people staying at home, so there were less transportation issues. But thinking about switching to more electric-based cars, for example, or hybrid cars. If you don't have to travel, right, on planes, like maybe, focusing more, at least on these virtual type forums. Obviously, these solutions are going to be different depending on which areas of the country or which areas of the world that you're in. But there are definitely ways that we can decrease our overall carbon footprint. And these were just some examples given, at least for people more in the global north as well. Next slide. A big thing, and this is, again, a very direct, what it seems like, again, my interpretation, a very direct command from Allah in the Quran as well, is that avoiding and reducing waste. So very specifically saying that Allah loveth not the wasters. So that waste can look like a lot of forms, maybe energy wastage as well, food wastage. It's estimated that about 40% of the global food that is produced ends up getting wasted. Usually that ends up being more global north countries as well, but just the fact that we produce that, especially when it comes to food, for example, that mashallah, we are able to produce so much food, but then at the same time, we end up wasting it. So it's just a very inefficient system that we've created so far, that it focuses a lot more on wasting versus trying to renew some of the things that we are producing as well. But again, just trying to decrease what we can do individually, as a family, as communities. Next slide. Another big thing that I know, again, that FIMA has been working on as well, and a lot of individuals, unfortunately, is just combating science denial. We have all seen this happen with the COVID-19 pandemic, so I don't need to tell everybody about that. But just the fact that more than 97% of climate scientists and research studies show that humans have caused this out of balance situation that we're in this climate crisis. Yet you will still see people denying it and not believing it. Next slide. And I would just say that for my personal belief as well too, that science and faith are not at odds with each other, but they can actually be used to help us out of these problems, and also, and I personally believe, to help us understand the world better and to understand the Quran and Allah better as well too. And anytime I learn more about science in any field, it just strengthens my faith with that as well. So we just need both during these hard times right now. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. And just a couple more things, and then inshallah it'll be done soon. And then just encouraging that, whether it's within in your families or in your communities, that just encouraging people to speak up about it. So if you see someone wasting something or throwing away plastic or leaving the lights on, just noting that you're helping to remind people, what individual impact they can have with themselves, and that this essentially becomes a justice issue in that regard, that what I do, and especially what people in my country do, have a lot of secondary effects on everyone around the world. And so if I don't speak up and acknowledge that, then that ends up hurting people elsewhere as well too. And again, this idea that from the Quran as well, that we need to speak up for justice, even if it is against ourselves. Next slide. And then lastly, I would say just joining different organizations. So the fact that you all are here listening, joining in with this FIMA scientific meeting is absolutely wonderful. The WHO has a lot of working groups as well. If people are interested, there's the Climate Reality Project that I have done some training with as well too about this climate crisis. And Imana also was a part of this Faith and Food Coalition that basically was this, they created a lot of dialogues about food and faith in the lead up to the UN Food System Summit that happened just a few months ago. And mashallah, people are having a very warm reception to this idea of faith and science, and how faith communities can do more to help solve this food system crisis that we have as a result of climate change. Next slide. And then just to leave with here too, that mashallah with FIMA as well, there are more than 50 organizations, and last year they all signed on to a health consensus statement, basically acknowledging that climate change is real, that it's a public health emergency, that it is man-made, and that the healthcare community as a whole, as an international community, has an opportunity to contribute to solutions. And inshallah, as I mentioned earlier, that this will be another project of FIMA, and very much looking forward to hearing people's thoughts and any different ideas. And just knowing that I certainly don't have all the answers, but looking forward to having these discussions with everyone as well. So I hope, inshallah, this was helpful, and that I'm very happy to answer any questions. And so thank you again so much to all the organizers and for this opportunity to speak. So thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Mariam. That was a brilliant presentation. Okay, can we have questions, please? Can you raise your hands if you want to ask Dr. Mariam directly? We have 10 minutes to entertain questions. There's a question in the chat room.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like that the slides can, inshallah, definitely be shared, absolutely. And then Dr. Aisha, if I'm seeing it too, I see one that what FEMA can do to mediate industrial countries to adhere to the Paris Agreement. Yeah, I mean, I think that really what it comes down to is advocacy. And Dr. Musa, thank you so much for asking the other question about that. Again, this was Dr. Musa, who I mentioned earlier in the beginning of the talk, for his help with this presentation. So I think that FEMA can work with local other organizations that are focused on advocacy, whether that's the WHO or any other local organizations in individual countries, to basically petition these governments to adhere to the Paris Agreement. Unfortunately, the Paris Agreement was not legally binding, and so it was more like a treaty versus a law. But it is just the next iteration of different agreements that have happened ever since Tokyo and Montreal as well. And so I think that the best thing that we can do is to be educated about what climate change is doing, because a lot of these elected officials end up just listening to whatever lobby is the most vocal for them, whether that's the oil lobbyists or coal, whatever it may be. And so when you have intelligent, educated people like yourselves that are armed with knowledge and are able to tell them that, look, you're not only doing something that's harming the environment, but you're wasting money. And there's actually more money in green jobs at this point, especially with the way the global markets are moving. I think that argument, unfortunately, could probably work better than health. But I think that that's a way to empower yourselves to help petition these governments. And to Dr. Musa's point, that actually FEMA had had these conversations in Cape Town at the South African conference back in 2013. And so this was something that was even recognized before the Lancet article that I mentioned that came out saying that this was the greatest global health threat in 2015.
So mashallah, FEMA, 2013, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, great, Dr. Aisha. Yeah. So mashallah, FEMA's already been at this forefront of this. And I think that that's because you all are representing so many countries that don't normally get represented in these articles or in this research, right? And so you were able to see these issues that the scientific community just was able to articulate later. So I think that there's a lot of power and a lot of strength in that, and a lot of opportunity to make change, inshallah, I think.
Yeah. There's one sharing from Dr. Prita from Al Fawzan Hospital. This is good. I think we can duplicate this in our place. Simple action I have done in our hospital was reduce the usage of tissue paper. After ultrasound examination, we use small towel instead of tissue paper to clean the examination area from the gel. This is excellent.
Wow.
Simple,
Mashallah.
Things that we can do.
Yeah, and I think that it would be incredible to just to even have a list, right, of a lot of these things that people are using, and to show, just because this is something we could do in the States. And but I can think about it now that we use tissue paper all the time.
Okay.
Let's see. I think Dr. I know it looks like Dr. Ahmed may have asked something about Islamic law and if we can change animal and human from aerobic to anaerobic creatures by using genetic engineering. I will be, I do not mind saying this, that I'm not an expert in Islamic law, so I would defer you to an actual scholar to answer that. I don't think that that would be entirely possible to change us. And the issue is not, so aerobic indicates oxygen use, right? You use oxygen at the end of oxidative phosphorylation. So the issue is not oxygen, the issue is CO2. And so whether, I don't know if you're referring to at least like, again, for the Krebs cycle as well too, but so it's not so much of how we are consuming the end product, which is CO2 after whatever we ingest. It's more about the CO2 that ends up getting blocked and captured in the atmosphere. So not necessarily what we are ingesting.
Okay. Anyone else wants to be part of this discussion before I wrap up the session? Okay. I think that's it. Oh, sorry. Miss Meiti, once again. Yes, please. We'll have few. Okay, can you please, the committee unmute, Mrs. Meiti, are you? Okay.
Thank you very much for once again the opportunity for me to ask directly to Dr. Mariam. This is special for me to meet you here. This is my first time joining FIMA convention, as I mentioned before, and I'm very grateful to hear more information from you and also insight about the climate exchange. I'm from Kepulauan Riau, Riau Archipelago. There are many small islands here, and about the climate exchange also impact here because actually we never have flood, but recently in this year, particularly in this December, not only in Malang, not only in where is the mountain, Dr. Aisyah? I forget.
Eastern part of Java.
Yes, eastern part of Java. Gunung Semeru also eruption. So this is very devastating for us about the flood and also the nature become like this. So maybe you can give us a suggestion or for the citizen about this climate exchange to do what their daily activity, daily consumption of plastic maybe, or everything that we can do together, maybe small activity, but can impact to reduce climate exchange. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for that
For your
question.
information, Dr. Mariam, Indonesia is on the ring of fire, the Pacific Ring of Fire. So we have volcanoes, earthquakes, and all natural disasters. So I think with this climate change, these are aggravated, So what can we do to slow the progress?
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, thank you so much for that question, Dr. Midi. I know it's and again, I appreciate the question, the conversation, and I also know that I'm speaking as someone who is completely on the other side of the world, and then I don't want to assume that I know all the issues on the ground for you specifically, and I also know that a lot of what people are going through around the rest of the world are not due to any specific factors they're doing per se, right? So I just, again, want to acknowledge that because I think no matter how much good you do, no matter how much plastic you recycle, if people on my side of the world don't stop what they're doing, that won't necessarily matter, right? But at the same time, I think probably the upper hand that Indonesia has, let's say, for example, is the rainforest. And so I think that that's where a lot of efforts can be made specifically there. And then I'll say two things: that at least if the rainforest can be, if deforestation can be stopped or decreased as much as possible, especially illegal logging that ends up happening. And a lot of times these forests will be taken down for agricultural purposes, right? And so if efforts can be made towards that, because the amount, I forget the statistic now, but in like a square foot or square mile of rainforest, it can absorb tons of carbon dioxide. And so just having that, you and Brazil, and I'm trying to think, and I mean, honestly, those are like the largest rainforests. You in Brazil, that can help absorb so much more carbon, despite any volcanic eruptions or anything else. So I would say a lot of those efforts being there, and then in terms of mitigation, because of you being coastal, and then especially as sea levels rise, that especially those communities who are more vulnerable, because if the more inland they go, then that ends up being like climate refugee type situations, right? And so being able to help either fortify those coastal lands or have contingency plans in place for people who may end up becoming refugees because of these climate situations. I hope that helps answer your question.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for your response. Okay. I think we close this session, but before that, can we have a group photo, please, with all the participants? All participants, can you please switch on your camera? Use the virtual background we provide. Okay, the committee, please get ready with your camera. Okay, I'll give you 10 seconds before we start taking pictures. Okay, all right. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, second page maybe. 1, 2, 3. And then we go to the next page. We have 9 pages now. Okay, the committee, please capture all the photos of the participants. We have a good number of 220 participants, alhamdulillah. I hope this session will raise more awareness of climate change, because this part of the world, because I think we do have a lot of forests, so they don't see the immediate effect on climate change. So we are taking all that for granted. Okay, thank you for the pictures. All right, I will sum up the presentation from Dr. Mariam. Okay, there are 10 things that we can do to slower the progress and repair the damage. Okay, so the first one, we must work together and upholding our responsibility as a Khalifa on earth. Okay, and then we should embrace the One Health concept, which is protecting one is actually protecting all. And be mindful of our food, in the concept of halal and tayyib. So be mindful of especially the tayyib aspect, it's not just halal, but it's a tayyib aspect to be mindful. Okay, and then we need to cut more CO2 emission and revert to renewable energy sources like the solar and the wind source. And then we need to curb deforestation and replant trees, environmental friendly mode of transportation. And then we need to seriously reduce and avoid waste. Fight science denial. So science and faith can go hand in hand. And then we need to speak up and remind people. Don't be shy, or don't be reluctant to actually warn people about this. And then you should join organizations, like-minded organizations to control climate change. Okay, with that, I end this session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Mariam, for your insightful presentation. Thank you very much, all participants, for a good discussion. Okay, I pass back to the MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Check. We do apologize for the technical issues. Very well, once again, thank you so much to Dr. Aisa as the moderator and all of the invited speakers. Big round of applause to the first plenary session. Thank you so much. It's been a fruitful discussion, and thank you for the insightful sharings, and we do appreciate to all of participants who actively participate during the sessions. So ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our plenary sessions, we will have a special talk from Prodia with the topic Paving the Way to Better Health Through Personalized Nutrition. And this presentation will be delivered by Dr. Fiastuti Wijaksono. So without any further ado, please welcome Dr. Fiastuti.
Selamat siang, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih pertama-tama saya ucapkan kepada panitia yang sudah memberi kesempatan kepada saya untuk bicara tentang paving the way to better health through personalized nutrition. Pertama-tama, apakah suara saya sudah terdengar? Maaf. Bolehkah saya share slide?
Ya, sudah clear Ibu suaranya.
Ya.
Silakan.
Saya mohon diberi kesempatan untuk share screen. Ini masih disable. Panitia.
Mohon maaf Ibu, akan dibantu oleh tim panitia di sini. Mohon ditunggu sebentar.
Ya, terima kasih. Oh, katanya harus share dari sana ya. Ya, terima kasih atas kesempatannya untuk saya bicara tentang paving the way to better health through personalized nutrition. Ya, slide mohon. Ya, slide. Ya, sebelum kita bicara tentang bagaimana suatu rekomendasi nutrisi secara personalized, kita harus tahu ini adalah angka kematian di Indonesia. Di sini kalau kita lihat angka kematian tertinggi terutama disebabkan karena penyakit tidak menular. Jadi penyakit tidak menular itu berkontribusi sekitar hampir 71% untuk angka kematian di Indonesia. Bagaimana dengan COVID? Ini data yang kita dapatkan dari Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention Report yang mendapatkan bahwa COVID-19 itu mempunyai, ya slide maaf, slide ya. COVID-19 itu mempunyai spektrum penyakit yang kalau kita lihat sebetulnya sebagian besar adalah ringan, kemudian ada yang severe dan ada yang kritikal. Ya, slide. Ya, ini kalau kita lihat Indonesia menduduki urutan ke-37 dari negara dengan kasus aktif yang tertinggi. Nah, sekarang kita bicara apakah bisa COVID ini kita rekomendasi dengan nutrisi tertentu bisa membantu. Saya akan bicara dahulu tentang gen di dalam tubuh kita ya. Ini adalah slide kalau kita lihat di sini slide ya, slide terus ya, lagi slide. Ini kalau kita bicara, ini adalah tubuh manusia. Terdiri dari triliunan sel. Dan kalau kita lihat, setiap sel itu mempunyai inti sel. Dan kita tahu setiap inti sel itu mempunyai 46 kromosom yang terdiri dari 23 pasang. Dan kromosom ini sebetulnya merupakan gulungan dari rantai panjang DNA, di mana satu pasang kromosom itu berasal dari satu ibu dan satu ayah. Kalau kita lihat slide, 99,9% susunan DNA yang dimiliki oleh setiap orang itu sama. Slide. Ya, tetapi 0,1% DNA manusia itu berbeda di setiap orang. Nah, perbedaan inilah yang dikenal dengan namanya variasi genetik atau single nucleotide polymorphisme atau kita singkat sebagai SNP. Nah, kita tahu slide nutrien itu secara genomik, proteomik, dan metabolomik akan dapat membantu atau mencegah berbagai penyakit. Dan kita tahu, slide, genetik itu akan mempengaruhi seluruh metabolisme tubuh. Slide. Ya, jadi mulai dari appetite, kemudian penciuman, kemudian taste, dan berbagai metabolisme termasuk absorption, digestion, dan elimination itu akan dipengaruhi oleh genetik. Jadi kalau kita lihat dahulu mungkin kita menggunakan general diet supaya orang itu bisa menjadi sehat. Contoh harus banyak makan serat supaya kita terhindar dari berbagai penyakit-penyakit tidak menular. Tetapi dengan kemajuan zaman, kita mempunyai berbagai nutrisi yang bersifat fungsional. Misalnya saja proteinnya harus seperti apa, kemudian kandungan lemaknya seperti apa, yang kita sebut functional food. Tapi saat ini kita sudah punya yang namanya berbagai rekomendasi yang berdasarkan yang kita sebut personalized nutrition atau nutrisi yang sangat personalized sesuai dengan gen masing-masing orang. Jadi sekarang kita itu sudah ada di era personalized nutrition karena tadi 0,1% DNA orang itu tidak sama, sehingga responnya terhadap nutrisi juga tidak sama. Ada orang-orang yang berespon cepat atau fast metabolizer terhadap nutrisi tertentu, ada orang-orang yang berespon lambat terhadap nutrisi tertentu, sehingga tiap orang memberikan respon yang berbeda terhadap nutrien-nutrien tertentu. Sebetulnya ini sudah banyak ditulis oleh media massa. Jadi kalau kita lihat tahun 2017 itu The Wall Street Journal itu sudah memasukkan di dalam tulisan mereka test your gen to find your best diet. Jadi artinya rekomendasi yang generalize itu belum tentu bisa diterima oleh semua orang. Kalau kita lihat ini kita udah tahu semua bahwa nutrisi adalah pengaruhnya terhadap respon kesehatan itu kita sudah tahu semua, bahwa kita makan kalau bisa berhenti sebelum kenyang supaya kalori tidak terlalu tinggi. Kemudian kalau bisa kita mengkonsumsi komposisi dari makronutrien, karbohidrat, protein, lemak yang jumlahnya tertentu sesuai dengan rekomendasi ya, jangan terlalu banyak lemak atau lemaknya jangan lemak jenuh. Itu kan rekomendasi secara general ya. Tapi kita tahu ternyata rekomendasi general untuk nutrisi itu akan mempengaruhi respon kesehatan melalui berbagai variasi genetik atau polimorfisme. Ya, tadi ya kita sudah sedikit singgung atau kita sebut sebagai SNP, perbedaan SNP, di mana genotip seseorang itu bisa menyebabkan responnya meningkat, bisa menyebabkan responnya tidak berpengaruh, bisa juga menyebabkan responnya menurun. Sehingga kita bisa mengatakan bahwa one size does not fit all. Kita harus memberikan rekomendasi yang lebih personalized. Di sini kalau kita lihat hubungan antara nutrisi dengan berbagai penyakit tidak menular itu sudah jelas, tapi ternyata berbagai rekomendasi lemak, berbagai rekomendasi protein, berbagai rekomendasi mikronutrien itu ternyata dipengaruhi oleh perbedaan gen seseorang yang kita sebut sebagai polimorfisme, yang mana hal ini dapat menjadi rekomendasi yang lebih personalized untuk mencegah, misalnya mencegah profil lipid tidak meninggi, mencegah proses inflamasi, sehingga dapat mencegah berbagai penyakit tidak menular pada seseorang. Ini kalau kita lihat, ini sebagai contoh saja, ada sebuah tulisan juga di New York Times yang mengatakan bahwa kafein itu mempunyai mungkin wrong effect pada orang-orang yang bersifat tidak menguntungkan ya. Jadi being a donor caffeine has wrong effect on unlucky 10%. Jadi ada kira-kira 10% orang yang mempunyai perbedaan genetik dengan orang lain. Jadi kalau kita, ini sebagai contoh saja, benar nggak bahwa perbedaan genetik itu mempengaruhi bagaimana respon kita terhadap penyakit jantung koroner? Apakah minum kopi berhubungan dengan penyakit jantung koroner? Ya, jadi kalau kita lihat di sini kopi kita tahu bisa mempengaruhi timbulnya penyakit jantung koroner. Tetapi ternyata metabolisme kopi itu dipengaruhi oleh gen atau SNP tertentu, di mana orang tertentu memberikan reaksi yang lebih meningkat terhadap efek kopi, orang tertentu tidak berpengaruh, orang lain bisa menurun. Jadi tadi ya, one size does not fit all. Slide, kalau kita lihat, ini adalah kandungan di dalam kopi. Ya, kopi itu banyak kandungannya, salah satunya adalah kafein. Di sini kalau kita lihat metabolic action dari kafein itu dipengaruhi dipengaruhi oleh berbagai enzim yang dipengaruhi oleh berbagai genetik atau kode-kode genetik, di mana kode genetik untuk metabolisme kafein itu kita ketahui dipengaruhi oleh sitokrom P451A2, di mana sitokrom P451A2 inilah yang akan memetabolisme kafein di dalam tubuh kita, sehingga perubahan kafein menjadi parasantin, teobromin, dan filin itu dipengaruhi oleh bagaimana sitokrom P451A2 ini bekerja. Ini ada satu penelitian slide tentang bagaimana kopi, kemudian genotip dari CYP1A2 dan risiko terhadap miokard infark ya. Penelitiannya juga sudah dipublikasi di JAMA tahun sudah cukup lama ya. Kalau kita lihat di sini case-nya juga cukup banyak. Kita lihat di sini case-nya ada 2014 kasus ya, menghubungkan antara asupan kopi kemudian CYP1A2 dan terhadap risiko miokard infark. Kenapa saya ambil kopi? Karena sebagai contoh, karena ini tentu mungkin lebih mudah dimengerti karena zaman sekarang kita tahu banyak sekali kalau di Indonesia itu kedai-kedai kopi dibangun, sehingga mungkin kita juga harus tahu kita itu kalau minum kopi ada nggak sih risiko terhadap infark miokard. Ya, kita lanjut slide. Ini adalah hasil penelitiannya ya. Di sini kita bisa lihat bahwa mungkin nanti lebih gampang saya akan memperlihatkan ini saja. Ya, jadi hasil penelitiannya slide lagi, satu lagi slide. Ya, di sini kita melihat dari hasil penelitian itu, kalau kita melihat asupan kopi dan risiko dari infark miokard, di sini kita bisa lihat hasilnya adalah orang yang minum kurang dari 1 cup kopi, ini yang pink muda, atau minum 1 cup kopi mempunyai odds ratio yang berbeda dengan orang yang minum lebih dari kembali yang tadi, maaf, slide-nya kembali. Satu lagi, maju. Ya, ini. Bentar ya, jangan dijalankan dulu. Jadi kalau kita lihat di sini, ini adalah hasil penelitian dari teman-teman kita tadi yang melihat bagaimana sih efek minum kopi terhadap miokard infark. Ternyata orang yang minum 2-3 cup kopi atau lebih dari 4 cup kopi mempunyai risiko miokard infark yang berbeda. Kemudian orang-orang ini, populasi ini diperiksa gennya. Ternyata kira-kira sekitar di sini berapa? Jauh lebih tinggi ya, lebih dari 2 kali lipatnya, mempunyai gen yang mempunyai genotip AA yang ternyata metabolisme kopinya lebih cepat dibandingkan orang-orang dengan gen yang ada AC dan CC yang mempunyai metabolisme kopi yang lebih lambat. Waktu gen ini diterjemahkan atau dihubungkan dengan miokard infark, ternyata yang gen AA di sini kita bisa lihat minum 1 cup kopi dan minum 4 cup kopi ternyata tidak berbeda. Tetapi pada orang-orang dengan gen metabolisme kopi yang lambat, ternyata minum kurang dari 1 cup kopi dan minum 4 cup kopi itu memberikan odds ratio yang 4 kali lebih banyak. Bandingkan dengan yang tadi waktu kita belum bagi antara yang fast metabolizer dan slow metabolizer, orang yang minum 4 cup kopi hanya mempunyai odds ratio yang 1,5 kali lebih banyak. Sedangkan ini mempunyai odds ratio yang 4 kali lebih banyak. Dari sini kita bisa mengambil kesimpulan bahwa minum kopi itu pada gen-gen tertentu memberikan efek yang lebih tinggi untuk infark miokard. Ya, slide di sini kita juga bisa lihat bahwa hubungan kopi dengan hipertensi ya, kita juga bisa lihat di sini ternyata orang-orang dengan gen metabolisme kopi yang lebih lambat itu mempunyai odds ratio risiko hipertensi juga yang lebih tinggi dibandingkan orang-orang dengan metabolisme kafein yang cepat. Yang ini yang lambat, ini yang cepat. Oke, kita lanjut. Sekarang kita lihat, ternyata ini bisa kita periksa bagaimana sih metabolisme kopi pada diri kita. Apakah kita termasuk yang fast metabolizer atau yang slow metabolizer? Artinya, kalau kita tergolong gennya yang slow metabolizer, tentu kita dianjurkan tidak minum kopi lebih dari 1 cangkir per hari, sehingga risiko miokard infark dan risiko hipertensi itu dapat kita kurangi. Oke, kita lanjut slide dengan hubungan dengan COVID-19. Ini adalah fase penyakit dari pasien-pasien yang terinfeksi COVID-19 ya. Kalau kita lihat di sini mulai dari uninfected, kemudian sakit, kemudian risiko sembuh atau risiko terminasi ya, tiap orang tidak sama. Nah, adakah hubungan antara hubungan antara malnutrisi ya atau dietary imbalance atau obesitas dan fungsi imun terhadap COVID-19. Kita semua sudah tahu bahwa orang dengan obes, orang dengan malnutrisi berisiko menderita COVID-19 yang relatif lebih berat. Ya, kita sudah baca banyak tulisan-tulisan tentang hubungan tersebut. Ya, jadi memang ada pengaruh antara status nutrisi, status imun dengan COVID-19. Ya, slide. Nah, di sini ada satu publikasi yang menunjukkan bahwa nutrisi memang kemungkinan akan mempengaruhi susceptible dari COVID-19, juga akan mempengaruhi progresi dari COVID-19. Di sini kalau kita lihat faktor dari nutrisi itu banyak sekali ya. Kita bisa lihat di sini adanya mucosal infection, kemudian adanya pengaruh-pengaruh dari berbagai vitamin dan mineral, kemudian di sini ada pengaruh dari status nutrisi, semua akan mempengaruhi susceptible dari COVID-19 dan progresi dari COVID-19. Ya, slide. Ya, di sini ada satu tulisan tahun 2020 yang mengatakan bahwa nutrigenetik ya itu ternyata berpengaruh, atau nutrigenetik, esensial nutrisi itu berpengaruh terhadap sistem imun, yang mana ternyata faktor-faktor genetik itu dapat mempengaruhi bioavailabilitas dari berbagai nutrisi terhadap sistem imun. Ya, slide. Di sini kalau kita lihat sebetulnya seseorang itu yang kita harapkan adalah dia memberikan reaksi yang optimal sama dengan orang lain. Tapi ternyata sesuai dengan genetik, perbedaan genetik atau perbedaan polimorfismenya, ada orang-orang yang kondisi-kondisinya bergeser ke kanan, ada orang-orang yang kondisinya bergeser ke kiri. Sehingga kita harus tahu bahwa nutrisi itu pengaruhnya luar biasa. Ya, oke, kita lanjutkan. Nah, kalau ini kita bisa lihat hubungan antara berbagai nutrien ya terhadap berbagai resiko ya, resiko dari COVID-19 tadi. Contoh misalnya di sini kita bisa lihat, kita ambil yang banyak dibahas oleh berbagai jurnal tentang vitamin D dan risiko COVID-19. Ternyata kadar vitamin D itu pada seseorang bisa, walaupun dia mengkonsumsi katakan sumber vitamin D atau dia terpapar sinar matahari yang sama, ternyata dia bisa vitamin D-nya itu relatif lebih rendah atau menjadi relatif lebih tinggi. Ya, slide. Nah, ini ada berbagai mikronutrien juga ya, dilakukan pemeriksaan hubungannya dengan genomik dan hubungannya dengan COVID-19. Slide. Ya, ini kalau kita lihat, ini adalah suatu kondisi di dunia ya yang menggambarkan bagaimana intake ya yang dilihat dari Z-score-nya, kemudian vitaminnya dan dihubungkan dengan COVID-19. Di sini kita bisa lihat bahwa populasi dengan intake yang relatif rendah, ini yang ke bawah ini yang relatif rendah ya, baik di sini kalau kita lihat bisa lihat vitamin D-nya, bisa lihat vitamin C-nya ya, ini kita bisa lihat ternyata angka incidence dan angka mortalitas terhadap COVID-nya kira-kira memberikan gambaran yang mirip ya. Mirip artinya orang-orang dengan status mikronutrien yang rendah itu incidence dan mortalitas dari COVID-nya relatif lebih tinggi. Ya, slide. Ya, ini juga kita bisa lihat vitamin lain ya, baik itu kalau kita lihat di sini semua diperiksa ini mikronutrien ya, ada ini mineral, ada zinc, ada kuprum, ada zat besi ya, ternyata memang kondisi atau status mikronutrien yang relatif rendah ternyata berefek terhadap peningkatan insidence dan peningkatan mortalitas. Slide. Nah, ini kalau kita lihat juga vitamin D defisiensi dan risiko terhadap COVID-19 ya pada orang-orang yang dirawat dan severitasnya. Jadi kalau kita lihat orang-orang dengan defisiensi vitamin D ya, ternyata beresiko untuk dirawat menjadi lebih banyak dan severitasnya juga menjadi lebih tinggi. Ya, slide. Nah, ini adalah data di Indonesia. Jadi sangat menarik bahwa ini adalah mortalitas dari COVID-19. Di sini kalau kita lihat orang-orang dengan defisiensi atau insufisiensi ya, di sini kalau kita lihat yang sebentar. Ini adalah vitamin D insufisiensi ya, kurang dari 20. Kemudian ini adalah vitamin D-nya 20 sampai 29 dan ini adalah vitamin D-nya lebih dari 30. Jadi kalau kita lihat angka komorbiditas dan angka kematian itu sangat berbeda. Di sini setelah di-adjust kita juga bisa lihat bahwa insufisiensi dan sufisiensi berbeda. Ya, kita lanjut. Ini ya ternyata vitamin D itu tadi dipengaruhi oleh metabolismenya oleh CYP2R1. Ya, lanjut. Ini kita bisa lihat ya ternyata orang-orang dengan risk of varian itu mempunyai risiko untuk mempunyai kadar vitamin D yang relatif lebih rendah. Slide. Ya, ini kita bisa lihat CYP2R1 akan mempengaruhi aktivitas dari vitamin D. Ya, slide. Nah, ini juga kalau kita lihat ya, kita bisa periksa bagaimana secara genetik risiko kita untuk mendapatkan defisiensi vitamin D. Ada beberapa orang yang impair dan memang tidak menguntungkan. Kalau di Indonesia itu ternyata yang impair terhadap vitamin D itu cukup tinggi ya. Di sini kalau kita lihat angkanya menunjukkan bahwa lebih banyak orang yang impair atau defisiensi vitamin D. Lanjut. Nah, ya ternyata selain tadi berbagai mikronutrien, ternyata ada juga pengaruh dari bitter taste. Tadi saya sudah mengatakan di awal bahwa genetik itu mempengaruhi juga taste. Nah, taste itu orang-orang yang mempunyai bitter taste reseptor itu ternyata lebih tahan terhadap vitamin D. Ya, slide. Ini hasil penelitiannya menunjukkan bahwa orang-orang yang dengan taste yang super taster atau yang lebih mudah lebih mudah mempunyai rasa pahit itu lebih rendah risikonya untuk mendapatkan COVID-19. Ya, slide. Ya, ternyata kita juga bisa periksa apakah kita mempunyai yang bitter taste atau yang slow taster. Ya, slide. Ya, kalau kita bicara begini, berarti sebagai kesimpulan personalized nutrition dibandingkan dengan generalized nutrition kira-kira seperti ini kalau kita gambarkan. Ini yang generalized membutuhkan food intake yang lebih banyak, tapi tetap tidak bisa fit dari kebutuhan kita. Dibandingkan kalau kita tahu bagaimana harus merekomendasikan nutrisi sesuai dengan polimorfisme kita ternyata lebih bisa fit. Slide. Ya, kalau kita lihat sebagai kesimpulan bahwa nutrigenomik itu saat ini kita bisa periksa yang mempengaruhi berbagai nutrisi dan bioaktif compound terhadap diet dan mempengaruhi ekspresi terhadap gen ya. Kalau kita tahu nutrigenomik itu bertujuan untuk supaya faktor-faktor nutrisi itu berpengaruh terhadap gen ekspresi sehingga dapat membantu kita menjaga agar kita tidak mudah terinfeksi misalnya dengan COVID, agar kita tidak mudah menderita berbagai penyakit-penyakit yang tidak menular. Sehingga umumnya generalized nutrition ini lebih prevention terhadap berbagai penyakit dibandingkan dengan generalized nutrition. Saya kira itu yang dapat saya sampaikan. Mudah-mudahan bermanfaat untuk kita semua dan mudah-mudahan kita dapat selalu sehat, terutama di dalam kondisi pandemi. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very well, thank you so much to Dr. Viastuti from Prodia for the well presentations. Moving on to our next agenda, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a launching our campaign Desember Henti that will be delivered by the President of Green Crescent Indonesia. And now I'm pleased to invite Dr. Era Catur Prasetya to take over this session.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih siang hari ini saya Era Catur Prastia. Saya adalah ketua dari Green Crescent Indonesia. Ingin menyampaikan bahwa hari ini saya boleh diizinkan untuk bisa presentasi sedikit.
Yes, dokter.
Oke. Siang hari ini saya bersyukur bisa bertemu dengan Bapak, Ibu, para senior, para profesor, para guru besar untuk menyampaikan bahwa lebih dari 30% anak di Indonesia merokok sebelum usia mereka 10 tahun. Sebuah angka bisa dikatakan kita 3 terbesar di dunia, di mana jumlah perokok anaknya tertinggi di hampir seluruh dunia. Dan kita tahu jumlah perokok remaja usia 15 sampai 19 tahun semakin meningkat. Di tahun 1995 hanya sekitar 7,1% perokok remaja, tapi di tahun 2013 jumlahnya 20,5%. Itu artinya 2 dari 5 orang remaja itu merokok. Dan kita tahu bahwa target industri rokok sampai hari ini bukanlah orang tua, bukanlah orang yang dalam usia yang tidak produktif, tapi justru remaja. Dan kita tahu bahwa dampak yang terjadi itu 10 sampai 15 tahun berikutnya. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, para senior, para guru besar yang terhormat, pada siang hari ini saya mengajak kita semua untuk melakukan sebuah upaya berhenti merokok yang sungguh-sungguh karena itu akan berdampak besar terhadap tidak hanya kita, tapi juga generasi kita. Bangsa yang lemah tentu saja akan menghasilkan sebuah generasi yang lemah. Dan kalau kita lihat, angka perokok anak jumlahnya tidak semakin menurun semakin tahun. Di tahun 2013 ada 7,2% perokok anak di usia 10 sampai 18 tahun. Di tahun 2016 meningkat 8,8% dan di tahun 2018 angkanya 9,1%. Dan kita tahu dampak dari COVID-19 ini salah satunya, meskipun semua orang 86% perokok tahu bahwa rokok ini meningkatkan bahaya COVID-19-nya, tapi faktanya angkanya justru semakin meningkat. Dan kalau kita lihat bahwa sejatinya di Indonesia banyak sekali keluarga-keluarga di bawah prasejahtera yang menggunakan justru uang belanjanya untuk membeli rokok. Kita lihat berdasarkan hasil ini adalah hasil dari survei kesehatan tahun 2013 didapatkan data membeli rokok itu adalah pembelian kedua setelah pembelian padi-padian atau beras. Bayangkan kita bisa melihat hak-hak anak banyak sekali yang tidak ditunaikan karena banyak sekali keluarga miskin atau prasejahtera yang justru menggunakannya untuk membeli rokok. Kalau kita lihat, ternyata semua industri rokok itu menggunakan remaja atau anak-anak itu sebagai targetnya. Karena yang mereka butuhkan itu adalah perokok baru, bukan perokok lama. Sehingga kita bisa melihat billboard atau iklan-iklan rokok itu terpasang 1 dari setiap 3 sekolah ditemukan billboard iklan rokok. Bahkan 4 dari setiap 5 sekolah ditemukan iklan rokok di tempat penjualannya. Baik itu di warung-warung sekolahnya, di kios, atau di toko. Bahkan ada banyak survei yang membuktikan ada di beberapa koperasi sekolah. Dan kalau kita runut ke belakang, kita tahu bahwa di dunia ini WHO telah membuat sebuah pedoman pengendalian tembakau. Dan Indonesia salah satu yang waktu itu turut terlibat untuk menyusun. Dan anehnya, sampai hari ini Indonesia masih belum meratifikasi apa yang sudah disusunnya sendiri terkait dengan pengendalian rokok. Dan dari sekitar 187 negara, hanya ada 8 negara, sekarang sudah tinggal 7 negara yang belum meratifikasi. Dan salah satunya adalah Indonesia. Kita lihat negara-negara yang belum ratifikasi. Negara-negara itu adalah Eritrea, Andorra, kemudian Liechtenstein, Malawi, Monaco, Somalia. Bahkan Indonesia adalah satu-satunya negara di Asia Pasifik yang belum mau meratifikasi FCTC ini. FCTC di dalamnya adalah tentang bagaimana penjualan rokok itu harus dilakukan, berapa persen gambar iklan rokok itu ada dalam bungkusnya, dan seterusnya. Dan sampai hari ini Indonesia masih belum meratifikasinya. Padahal di sisi lain, ketika kita bergerak di bidang kesehatan, kita tahu bahwa 70% perokok sebenarnya ingin berhenti merokok. Dan sepertiganya hampir setiap tahun mencoba untuk berhenti merokok. Akan tetapi sayang sekali hanya 5% sampai 10% mereka bisa berhenti tanpa dibantu. Artinya kita sebagai tenaga kesehatan, kita sebagai orang-orang yang bergerak di dekat area ini perlu untuk melakukan aktivitas itu. Dan sekali lagi, sayangnya sampai hari ini belum ada, salah satunya adalah nikotin replacement therapy yang kita gunakan untuk bisa membantu orang berhenti merokok. Dan di Indonesia masih belum ada sama sekali sediaan itu yang bisa kita gunakan agar bisa untuk membantu. Padahal berdasarkan hasil penelitian, bahkan ketika seseorang itu dibiarkan saja, dibandingkan ditawarkan, itu lebih baik ketika seseorang itu ditawarkan untuk berhenti merokok. Oleh karena itu, upaya untuk berhenti merokok itu tidak hanya sebenarnya dikampanyekan oleh orang-orang yang berkepentingan, tapi justru semua orang itu berhak dan kemudian layak, dan justru dengan itu seseorang itu berniat untuk berhenti merokok. Kita bisa melihat di sini bahwa mereka yang tidak diasisteni untuk berhenti merokok, tingkat keberhasilannya kurang dari 5%. Mereka yang dimotivasi dengan WA, SMS, itu 10% tingkat keberhasilannya. Jika ada support itu melalui telepon yang selalu dibunyikan, kemudian jika ada individual support, jika ada grup support, angkanya bisa sampai di bawah 15%. Artinya, kita semua mungkin untuk membantu, bahkan seandainya tidak ada nikotin replacement terapi, tidak ada bupropion, tidak ada nortripin, tidak ada varenicline, kita semua mungkin untuk melakukan upaya berhenti merokok. Apa yang bisa kita lakukan? Tentu saja, pertama adalah berhenti merokok. Seandainya kita merokok, maka kita harus menentukan target kapan kita akan mulai berhenti. Sebisa mungkin itu adalah hari ini atau besok, karena kita tahu kita tidak pernah tahu kapan kita akan dihentikan oleh rokok. Yang kedua, tentu saja aktif berkampanye mengajak berhenti merokok. Perokok sejatinya ingin berhenti, tapi tidak semua tahu bagaimana cara berhenti. Oleh karena itu, kami di Green Crescent Indonesia menyediakan fasilitasi dengan teman-teman dokter yang terlatih khusus memiliki kemampuan interviewing motivation untuk kemudian mengajak untuk bisa berhenti merokok. Yang ketiga, kami mengajak untuk memasukkan kurikulum upaya berhenti merokok dalam masing-masing universitas. Jika ada fakultas-fakultas yang berkaitan dengan kesehatan, maka bisa untuk diberikan kemampuan interviewing motivasional untuk mengajak orang lain berhenti merokok. Yang keempat, kami mengajak untuk membuka klinik-klinik berhenti merokok di masing-masing rumah sakit maupun di universitas-universitas. Dan di bulan Desember ini, kami mengajak seluruh hadirin, Bapak, Ibu, semua yang tergabung dalam Federation of Islamic Medicine ini untuk kemudian memulai kampanye Desember Henti Merokok. Mulai tahun ini, insya Allah kami akan memulai kampanye Desember Henti untuk mewujudkan keinginan bahwa orang bisa dan berhak untuk berhenti merokok. Merokok tidak hanya merupakan sebuah bentuk kekerasan terhadap keluarga ketika itu dilakukan dalam sebuah keluarga, tapi juga bentuk sebuah ketidakadilan untuk setiap orang yang menginginkan hidup sehat. Kami, Green Crescent Indonesia, bagian dari International Federation of Green Crescent, mengajak sekali lagi teman-teman untuk bisa mengkampanyekan Desember Henti, untuk kemudian mewujudkan 2022 tentu saja dengan sebuah harapan baru, vibes baru, energi baru. Dan kami mengajak teman-teman sekalian untuk bisa menggunakan ribbon ini untuk mengajak semuanya untuk Desember Henti Merokok. Demikian, semoga kampanye ini bisa didengarkan dan kemudian bisa bersama-sama kita wujudkan. Kami Green Crescent Indonesia sangat senang jika ada universitas, ada fakultas yang berkenan untuk kemudian berbagi bersama kami untuk mewujudkan ketika ingin mewujudkan kurikulum berhenti merokok di dalamnya. Ada beberapa universitas yang sudah berkenan untuk kemudian memasukkan ini dalam kurikulumnya. Kami juga senang sekali jika bisa membantu pendirian klinik-klinik berhenti merokok di rumah sakit maupun universitas di seluruh Indonesia. Demikian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very well, thank you so much to Dr. Era Catur. So once again, thank you so much to Dr. Era Catur from the Green Crescent Indonesia for the brilliant presentations. We do really wish that the campaign going so well. So ladies and gentlemen, we will have a break about 35 minutes, and please kindly be noted to come back in this meeting room at 1 p.m. sharp. We also would like to invite all of participants to visit website FIMA. Then you may proceed to the conference room and you will find the more information about our sponsor, Prodia and Debian Network. So once again, thank you so much and Have a pleasant break.
Cek, 1, 2, low, sip. Aman ya? Cek, 1, 2. Cek, 1, 2, low. Jangan satu frekuensi. Ini sebenarnya buat backup dia. Cep, naikin lagi Cep. Yang kuning Cep. Gak usah. So.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the plenary session of FIMA Scientific Meeting 2021. Hopefully everyone is already have enjoying the break and got some refreshment from our break times. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now finally going to jump right into our plenary session 2, and this session will be led by our moderators. But first, I would like to introduce our moderator who will be managing the plenary session functionality throughout the event from now on. His name is Professor Abdul Rashid. He is also the Secretary General of FIMA. He currently a consultant physician and medical doctor at Nur Specialist Hospital, the first Syariah compliant private hospital in Malaysia. He is also a visiting professor of medicine to the University of Cyberjaya, Secretary General Federations of Islamic Medical Associations, and also executive member of the Asia Pacific Society of Hypertension. He was as a past president of the Islamic Medical Associations of Malaysia and the Malaysian Society of Hypertension. He is also a board member for Clinical Research Malaysia, a holding company incorporated under the Ministry of Health Malaysia. He also the chairman of Specialist Review Panel for Phase 1 trials, committee member National Committee for Clinical Research Muhammad, and permanent member Patient Safety Councils. He is also the chairman of several clinical practice guidelines from the Ministry of Health Malaysia. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome Professor Abdul Rashid.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, we praise Allah Ta'ala for allowing this conference to proceed as planned. Alhamdulillah. As you know, the theme is on pandemic and how best do we learn lessons from the pandemic, particularly to prepare for the future outbreak if it happens. And as you heard this morning from the opening ceremony, from the speech by the outgoing president of FIMA, lessons we should be learning, and what should we do to prepare ourselves better for the future. You also heard the response from Indonesia and how they managed to cope, and to the extent that Indonesia is now becoming one of the model countries in coping with the pandemic. When it started, we know it's unprecedented. It's 1 in 100 years. And in a way, Allah Ta'ala has His reasons for making us around to experience this pandemic in this era during our lifetime, inshallah. And as we know, unlike the Spanish flu, or unlike the bubonic plague, which was confined to only some parts of the world, COVID affected every nook and cranny of this. No countries are left untouched. And as you know, our responses varies from different countries and countries. We have heard the example and the response from Southeast Asia as epitomized by Indonesia. And now, inshallah, we hope to learn examples from other parts besides the Asian region. And alhamdulillah, we have two speakers who will touch that based on the experience in their continent, in Africa specifically, and in Europe, to be precise. Now, the first speaker will represent experiences in Africa. He is Brother Salisu Ismail. He is one of the past president of the Islamic Medical Association of Nigeria. He was in the EXCO committee for FIMA after the passing away of Almarhum Ibrahim Suli. He's a young man. He's a cardiothoracic surgeon. When I first met him in Kuala Lumpur, when we hosted FIMA 2012, he was still looking for a training place to train as cardiothoracic surgeon. And alhamdulillah, you know, almost 10 years later, he is a completely trained cardiothoracic surgeon and who is also an academic. And he will touch on the experience in handling COVID in Africa generally, and I'm sure he will touch more on his experiences and IMA experience in Nigeria. Brother Salisu Ismail, the floor is yours. Tafadhal ya akhi. Please proceed. I've already introduced you.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. I hope I can be heard.
Yes, loud and clear. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. وبعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
السلام ورحمة الله.
I don't know whether the controller will control the slide from there, or I have to share the slide.
I think the secretariat will be able to control it.
Yeah.
Can we confirm, secretariat, that you will control for the speaker? Secretariat, are you controlling the slide for the speaker? If not, maybe you can proceed. Can you control it yourself?
No, I think it has to be from the.
Okay.
Yeah. I think this is the slide. So, Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulullah. So, I will use this opportunity to share our experience, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic in Africa, and also specifically what is around us in Nigeria and sub-Saharan Africa, and also that will be a lesson for us, and also we can look for where to move ahead. So the topic is Scourge of COVID-19 Pandemic, Experience from Africa. Next slide, please. Well, we can see the outline from introduction. We have the grouping of African country. Then we look at the incidence of COVID-19 in Africa. Then also the current situation report. Then we look at the consequences. Then I will conclude with some recommendations. Next slide, please. So by way of introduction, you can see COVID-19 pandemic has ravaged the whole world within short period of time. We are all witness, we are all living witness. We don't need to expatiate much on that. And of course, in African countries, the incidence, even though appears to be low, but the consequences were not commensurate with the apparent incident recorded. We have seen and noticed a lot of consequences to COVID-19, and you may not be able to compare the incidents and what we are seeing on ground because of so many reasons that are a bit more peculiar to African countries. And of course, over the last 2 decades, African countries made significant improvement in terms of achieving the sustainable development goals. However, since the beginning of 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic has damaged decades of development gained in the continent. And of course, we all know the nature of African countries. A lot have started moving forward, but with the beginning of this pandemic, everything stand still. And the responses to combat the COVID-19 pandemic was not much adequate, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa. And this resulted from so many factors, including denial, because in most countries, up till now I'm speaking, so many people did not believe this COVID is still existing. So this is one of the biggest problems. So if people did not believe what we are saying, despite all that is going on, they have seen it on ground, but still some believe that is a planned disease. So this is one of the big problems that resulted into difficulties in handling the situation in most African countries, and the reporting of the cases, because there is no, continuous and, availability of testing facilities in most of the countries available everywhere, then the cases were seriously or grossly underreported. A lack of adequate facilities, as I have mentioned. If we look at the African countries, apart from the normal, groupings, we can categorize some African countries as developed countries or developed African countries. Then we have developing African countries. And of course, we have underdeveloped. So we shall see this as we come to the data in terms of the report of COVID cases and, the consequences. The economy of most African countries is very, very fragile. And of course, the pandemic has seriously affected this economy, and especially the lockdown order. Lockdown order has not done much in most of the developing and underdeveloped African countries, even though it restricted the apparent, recorded cases. But in the restricted areas where the lockdown orders were going on, people in most places are freely moving, It's just the fact that they cannot move far away from where they are living. And of course, in areas where you stop people from going to the market, from going to the, other, gathering places. So there were some waiver in some period, people were allowed to go, because if you keep people in one place, especially the nature of African countries, so many people cannot get what to eat. So definitely people have to look around. They have to go to the market once in a while. So by the time the lockdown order would be lifted for people to go for 1-2 days, and you can see the crowding and the overcrowding. So even if you restricted the transmission, and by the time you allow people to go out, so within short time, the transmission will spread all over. So this is one of the serious situations that in most developing and underdeveloped African countries, what is going on. The fear and widespread confusion causes a lot. Even among the health workers, at a particular time, the fear has caused a lot of trouble, because at a particular time when the pandemic is at its peaks, in most areas, you cannot, get, the health workers, your patient cannot get services, because the health workers actually were in a state of confusion. There were no enough PPEs, and everybody was scared about the situation. So every every disease is looked at a potential COVID cases. So whoever comes to the hospital, people will be so scared. They don't have enough of protections. So patient has to stay long before being attended to. So what we notice during the peak of this pandemic, a good number of patients died from so many other diseases, because people are afraid, people are confused, and they don't know much to do. Until when you are confirmed to have the COVID cases, that is how you'll be transferred to where you'll be taken care of. So this caused a lot of trouble, to the extent that many patients prepare to stay at home and die because they don't know where to go. So this is one of the peculiar situations, even though it happens in most of the continent, other countries in the world, but there are control. In Africa, it's so serious, especially, like I said, in underdeveloped and, developing Africa. So despite all these effects, there are a lot of, opportunities what emanated from the situation, which led to, widening the network system or network channels, online education programs, development of indigenous manufacturing opportunities, to mention a few, even though this is not well pronounced in Africa. At the beginning of this pandemic, very difficult to get, like what we have seen in Europe and other countries. All the facilities, medical facilities supply were short. Everything was short. So this is even worse in Africa. Nobody is thinking what to get. People has to be forced. In fact, at the beginning, even a simple technology cannot be adopted because of the confusion. A simple technology of, making a face mask, which one can make it even with cotton. But that became a very difficult to do, until later, when people started to realize they have to really find their way out. That is when all these local face masks started, and gradually so many things also, emanated from there. So, and of course, many challenges in Africa that led to, the difficulties during the pandemic. Economy is very fragile, widespread controversies, and even the belief about the vaccines. Before even the vaccine came, there were so much wrong belief. People are not ready to take vaccine, even if it is available. So of course, we need to do a lot in African countries to support the African countries in terms of awareness and any available, way to support, in order to educate and make sure that, the system is changing like the way it is going all over the world. So the grouping of African countries, we have four major groups. We have the West Africa, the East Africa, the North Africa, and the Central Africa. This one is just for the purpose of grouping and understanding. And when we come to the incidence of COVID-19 in Africa, sorry, can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, next. Can we, yeah, next one again. Yeah, so when we come to the incidence of COVID-19 in Africa, you know, right from the second week of February 2020, that was the first time when the first case was noticed in confirmed in Egypt. And of course, towards the end of the month, the second case was confirmed in Nigeria, that is sub-Saharan Africa. And within 3 months, almost all of the African countries were affected. The last country to be reported a case was in May 13, 2020. So within this time, almost all the African countries were involved and affected with the pandemic. And of course, by 26th of May, it appears most of these African countries were experiencing community transmission. And this is one of the major problems in most of the African countries. While people were looking, searching in the hospital, looking for signs and symptoms of COVID, before you know it, with all the restriction of the transportations, traveling and lockdown orders, then we started experiencing the community transmission of COVID in most African countries. And of course, at this particular time, there were no proper records, because at the period when everybody was confused and scared about the disease, they were even scared to go to the hospital because they believed that the disease is contacted in the hospital. So that was the time when we were experiencing the community transmission of the COVID. And at this particular time, it was very difficult to manage the situation. Patients were afraid to come to the hospital, and there were no availability of testing facilities. At a particular time during the peak time of this pandemic, in most areas, you can stay 1, 2, 3 weeks without any testing, laboratory. So if you take sample, you have to send the sample across almost 400-500 kilometers before you wait for the result of the samples to be out. Most of our colleagues, health workers, contacted the disease, but by the time the results were out, they were almost recovered from the disease. So there were so many cases of death, unidentified death in the community. People were dying. They are contacting fever, symptom that looks like COVID, but because there were no system on ground to test, so people were dying. So the number in the statistics we are seeing from most of the African countries actually is grossly reported. It's grossly reported. So that is why I said the effect were not commensurate with the apparent recorded incidences because of these reasons. And up till today, this is the same situation going on in most of the African countries. Even though I said there are some African countries that have gone far. We can look at them as developed African countries, and there you can get, health facilities all over, availability of testing laboratories, and so many kits available, and people make it routine. So in those areas, you can get a true incidence of COVID. We can go to the next slide, please. So this slide just highlighted the African countries with their estimated populations. And the essence is just to see the population as we go to the number of cases, you can be able to see what are the, how do they correlate. Next slide, please. So this is the second group. You can see countries like Ethiopia, Egypt, and of course, in the first group, Nigeria and Democratic Republic of Congo have the highest, estimated populations, followed by so many others, as you can see in the slide. Next, please. So this is a situation report of the World Health Organization in the last almost 10 days regarding the African countries, the incidence of COVID, the cumulative death due to COVID, and the total vaccines doses per 100 population, and of course, the persons fully vaccinated per 100 population. So this is where you can, see the last column actually was the estimated population, which I have projected earlier on. And you can now see, when you compare the population of a country, the total number of cases reported, the deaths, and of course, when it comes to vaccination, you can now see the disparity. And this is where you can now see most of the countries that have done a good job in terms of, vaccination, availability, and of course, the compliance. In most of these countries, as you are seeing, it's not it's not that there is no vaccines in most of them, but people are not ready to take the vaccine. The hesitancy is so much that people are almost forced in some areas to accept these vaccines because of so much fear and controversies that were associated with these vaccines. And in this first slide, you can see now, countries like Guinea-Bissau, with small population, and the incidence is almost 6,450, and you can see the total vaccine doses per 100 population is almost the highest in this group. Next slide, please. So in this group, you can also see countries like, Rwanda, it was very small population, but the total vaccines, the incidence also is quite a bit small, 1,344, but you can see the incident, the total doses of vaccines were almost 73, Then we look at countries like Tunisia, also the population very small, and the vaccines, given per 100 population up to 100. And you can also see the disparity in terms of the population and the incidence. Like I said earlier on, you can see apparently small incidence in some countries, but that is not depicting the exact situation because of the problems underreporting. A lot of cases are happening. A lot of people are dying. They were not reported. Many patients that decided not to come to the hospital, they die at home and nobody follow up to find out exactly what is happening. So the incidents actually were not really what we are seeing on the ground. Next slide, please. Yeah. So now we look at this, the incidents as it project on the previous table. We can see now the Kenya and Nigeria have the highest incidence, but you see the population of Kenya is far lower than that of Nigeria. So next slide, please. So of course, in this also, you can see countries like Tunisia, that is just following Morocco. So Tunisia and Morocco, they have very, very small population, and you can see the incidence. So this is showing that it is a system in terms of reporting and of course, documentation that shows the actual situation on ground. Most of these countries that we can see apparently have a smaller incidence, so the system were not going well in terms of documentation and reporting. Next slide, please. So this is the incidence and the death due to COVID-19. And you can see when you compare the countries, as well as the incident of the days. Next slide, please. So of course, this also is the second group that is showing the incidence and the cumulative deaths. Next slide, please. Yeah. So now this slide is showing, the total vaccine doses and persons fully vaccinated. So you can now compare and see countries with large populations, but the vaccine hesitancy is quite high. So the vaccine administration and total number of people vaccinated were quite low. So you can see the Cote d'Ivoire has one of the highest, and also the Guinea, Liberia. All these are smaller countries, but because of the compliance and understanding and acceptance by the people. So this is how the vaccine, doses went high. But in so many other countries, apart from the constraint in even getting the vaccine, that is the first problem. Vaccine doesn't reach there. And the little doses that reach there is surrounded with so much controversies and fear. And that is why people were running away from it. Next slide, please. So in this group, you can see only Egypt had the largest, and all the other countries, nothing is going on. Next slide, please. So the Delta strain. Delta strain actually has spread in most of the, African countries, with the South Africa having the highest incidence recorded, followed by Nigeria and other countries. So this is known in most African countries. Delta strain is there. That was actually the period of the second wave of the COVID in most of the African countries. Next slide, please. So for Omicron, actually, we have been seeing what is going on in the world and how it is rapidly spreading. But the situation actually is not so much obvious in terms of data record in most African countries. However, like I said earlier on, recently, we have been seeing bizarre presentations of diseases that look like severe malaria. In most areas, you do all your, effort for malaria treatment, but nothing is going on. It is so severe that it is overwhelming. People were afraid, and it has some similar signs and symptoms of COVID. But the situation we are in now, the COVID testing is not available at the community level. So the only period when you see, in fact, in most, in most countries, in most states, people are no more testing for COVID again. Nobody is worried about testing COVID again. They believe that the pandemic has gone down, so no need to even look at it again. So this, Omicron, probably it is within us, but we don't test for it. We don't do much. So that is why it's not well pronounced in Africa, African countries, especially sub-Saharan Africa, but this disease or this trend may be there. So this is the exact situation even during the beginning of the main epidemics or the main pandemic. That is what we were experiencing. A lot of things is going on, but no facilities to do the testing. So still, most African countries, they have, limited access to testing centers. And now, if you see people talking about COVID testing, it's only those who are going to travel to another country. Otherwise, at community level, at hospital level, most people stop testing for COVID. So nobody can tell specifically, but the data on ground is not well pronounced, but nobody can specifically say it is not there. Next slide, please.
Brother Risu, can you try and finish it within 1 minute?
Yes.
Within 1 minute.
So the consequences were also projected by the World Health Organization long ago, and we have been seeing it. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So you can see the indirect impact. We have been talking about it. The food insecurity, lack of medical supplies, loss of income and livelihood, difficulties in applying sanitary and physical distancing measures, debt crisis, political and security risk. Next, please. So this table also expanded the consequences we have been seeing in Africa due to pandemic, from economic, social, and political. We have the first order, second order, and third order, consequences. We have seen all these ones. Next slide, please. So you can see the number of people living below $1 per day in sub-Saharan Africa. Before the COVID, you can see the trend is going low, but from 2019 ending 2020, 2021, you can see how the projection moved up significantly. So these are all the consequences that resulted from the COVID-19 pandemic in African countries. Next slide, please. Of course, the health workers, already they were in short supply, and this COVID has made it worse. You can see in the Northern America, we estimated to have 150, per 10,000 people. But we have almost 10 or even less than that per 10,000 people in sub-Saharan Africa. Next slide, please. Of course, the vaccine distribution, you can see as at the 17th of June 2021, in Europe and North America, 68 per 100 people were vaccinated. In sub-Saharan Africa, you can see fewer than 2 per 100 people. And you have seen it in the previous table. Next slide, please. So, of course, African countries suffer a lot and are still suffering from COVID-19 pandemic. A lot need to be done in supporting African countries vis-a-vis the ongoing devastating consequences resulting from the pandemic. Islamic medical associations have done and are still doing much in rendering support to those that need it in various circumstances. Hence, there is need to continue to focus on the special need of African countries resulting from COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, the government and other non-governmental organizations need to synergize in their responses towards assisting the less developed countries in the world. Next slide, please. So these are the various recommendations that we can see, and all these are recommendations on how to, support African countries and also, improve the situations. So I think I don't need to go through about 3 slides for recommendations. I'm sure the slide will be made available to most of us so that we can see what we can do. Next slide, please. Next. Next. Next will be the last. Yeah. Thank you for listening. Assalamu alaikum.
Complex continent, alhamdulillah, and also importantly recommending things for us in future, inshallah. From the African experience, we will move on to Europe. As you know, Europe was the epicenter once upon a time. People were scratching their heads. Why are advanced countries facing problem with infectious disease? First, it was Italy, Spain, and then it moved to Britain and North America. And our next speaker will, inshallah, deliberate experience he has personally experienced or observed in Britain, which used to be the epicenter of COVID pandemic. Brother Sharif is the president of the British Islamic Medical Association, or BMA UK. He's a consultant plastic and reconstructive surgeon from the Bradford Teaching Hospital in West Yorkshire, and is also a senior lecturer to the Leeds University Medical School. He holds many positions, too many to mention to you, but very, very significantly, he's also in the ethics committee of that said university. Brother Sharif, Dr. Sharif, the floor is yours now.
Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I'm just going to share my screen, if you don't mind, please.
In the meantime, please, participants, feel free to ask questions on the chat box. You can see the slides. Can
you see it?
Yes, we can see it. Alhamdulillah.
Barakallah feek. Jazakumullah khair. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد خاتم الأنبياء والمرسلين. Can you see it, أخي? Is it moving, the slides?
It's not moving yet.
Is it not moving? Okay. So okay, so the slideshow is not working. I'll leave it actually on this. أخي, as I'm going to talk, obviously, from the British point of view, we're going to make a case, an example as what we had experienced in the British Islamic Medical Association, because we try to focus on mainly on the Muslim community and how the Muslim community actually behaved during the pandemic. So BIMA, also British Islamic Medical Association, it's a newly founded organization, almost 8 years old. We had over 5,000 members. We mainly look after our trainees, our medical members. We had many courses for the medical graduated team and many conferences we've done over the last few years. We try to look after as well our junior doctors and senior doctors as well on the workplace from many different aspects, whether actually the Muslim ladies and places for worships and salah. We had our own journal as well with the JBIMA, which we published online every 4 months. So, I mean, we also had health promotion events run regularly on cancer screening, on lifesaver, organ donation, and so on. So, you can probably see the slide, isn't it? So when the COVID-19 started in early last year, it hit a bit hard many countries. Started in Italy and Spain. In the UK, we had the almost started the first cases at the end of January last year. By February, they start increasing, almost 9 cases, and it didn't really spare anybody, even many politicians, and even from royal family in the UK. But we really felt in BIMA, the British Islamic Medical Association, that our Muslim community are quite vulnerable. Why? Because we had elderly people, they lived together with the other generation, almost like you can see in one household, 3 generations in the same place, crowded areas, significant elderly population. Also, the comorbidity in our community, and mainly the subcontinent, the Asian population of the Muslim community, a lot of diabetes and high blood pressure, also renal problems. This is very well known. So we felt that our community are really, and obviously because of the social economic reasons, we're more vulnerable than others. So we formed, as we call it, COVID-19 response group, the CRG, and we work with other different organizations. And under the umbrella of the Muslim Council of Britain, we form BIMA as the medical arm of this. So we start planning even from February. So a few days after the first few cases discovered. So maybe you can see here on this slide, we start meeting even before the formal lockdown started. Formal lockdown in Britain was on the 23rd of March. We've been meeting even from early February. And even we started planning for the Eid and how Ramadan activities, how going to start planning for closing the mosque, and what sort of activity is going to replace it. So many statements and leaflets being distributed to the mosque, guidance as well, which is published in different languages. Also, we had many seminars almost on the weekly basis. We had on Sunday morning a seminar for the public and for Muslim organizations, try to discuss this is unprecedented crisis who never happened before, and discuss it and try to answer all the questions around it. We have many specialists in this field. Also, we because high death as well on the first few months. So end of life issue was really quite important. Mental health was really quite important. We issued a few videos as well on this issue. Mental health, we had many seminars. This is probably maybe one of them as well, because this is a big problem as well, as we all know. Ramadan came last year, and we had to prepare. We had to get in touch as well many hospitals and the NHS managers, employees, how to deal with the Muslim patient in hospital, as well as the staff who've been working around the hours, quite busy places. We also published, as we call it, the Ramadan Rapid Review recommendations, touching on all subspecialties, what can be done for the Muslim patient. And this is actually being recognized by the Center for Evidence-Based Medicine in Oxford, and it's been adopted as well, which was quite great. And the main problems actually we would like to share in this presentation is how we tackle the issue of having high increased number of deaths within the Muslim community. So the lobbying side of the campaign started after many reports came. This is one of the reports came in June last year, to show that 95% of the death within the doctors were from the Muslim staff and the BAME community as well. So as you can see, this is just only few pictures of early death happened to Muslim medics, and they all from the Muslim and the BAME doctors. BAME, which is the Black and Asian minority ethnicity. So we started reporting and lobbying with other medical associations from within the BAME community, and we had quite high campaign really, and many letters exchanged with the government and trying to ask for public inquiry and how we tackle this. Recently, only last couple of days, we also formed the Federation of the Ethnic Minority Healthcare Organizations, which we really feel very proud that BIMA is one of the leading member of this. So one of the lessons is really try to join forces with many other groups. We had a few meetings with high staff in the government, as well as on the health service decision makers. The issue came with the inequality on the NHS. When the Black Lives Matter, we had the same problems as well, the institutional racism within the NHS. We try to explore this and get our staff to speak out and express their feelings. And this is interesting slide, because many surveys being done within the Muslim community in Britain, and this can show quite clearly who would you trust as mainly as a Muslim, and the highest on the right side, as you can see, they trust the medics, they trust the GP and the nurses and the doctors. On the lowest trust, as you can see here, they trust the Prime Minister and the government, even the BBC, if you don't believe it. We had to work on this. So as a medics, we've got really quite high responsibilities. So we start on the media, on the local media, and the national media, within the whatever capacity we can have. We've been stretched quite a lot. This is a slide show we had 5 webinars in one day. This is early this year when we had the second wave start hitting quite hard, and this is before the vaccine start applied in the UK. In one day we had 5 webinars. We provided speakers to many people's, many organizations. And winter time last year was slightly bit difficult. The second wave, it showed that a big number of the ICU bed being occupied by non-white groups, the BAME group, and mainly Muslims. So again, this really put us in a difficult situation.
Sharif, sorry, can you make your full screen slide, please?
Sorry?
Just make your slide full screen.
Full screen. I thought it's not moving.
Oh, I see. Okay, fine.
Okay. It wasn't moving to some reason. I don't know.
Okay,
so
okay.
I'm trying to explain the main slide. So this is interesting slide. If you can see on the left hand side, when we started the vaccine, the refusal was really quite high within the Muslim community, unfortunately. So whatever happened in our brothers was discussing in Africa, Dr. Ismail, this is a similar case. Our BAME community had a quite high refusal of the vaccine, and this was a big issue. I mean, if I just give you one example, we reported death almost, this is early this year, a few weeks before in fact, few days before they started the vaccine. On the 20th of January, 2021, we had over almost 1,800 deaths. So that's probably equal to almost 7 airplane crash. This is really quite, this is on the daily basis. And we had to sell this and try to explain to our community that Britain was really one of the worst in Europe in that time. This is a few weeks before we started the vaccine campaign, because the Muslim community had they were very quite hesitant of the vaccination. We had to explain all the myths, all the misconceptions through some fact sheets. We published like 34 fact sheets. We put them in many languages, in 14 different languages. We put it on the website of the BIMA, the British IMA organization, and we had webinars to try to explain this to our Muslim brothers, and this is many, as you can see, different languages. It is difficult time we had early this year. Alhamdulillah, after the vaccine started, we felt is actually quite good campaign. We were reasonably successful in Britain. We issued as well a statement to explain the Pfizer campaign, the Pfizer vaccine, the AstraZeneca vaccines, and the others are as well, and start preparing our community to accept the vaccine. Alhamdulillah, after the easing of the lockdown in the summertime, we want to make sure our community really stays quite alert and coming out of the lockdown. So we had a plan as well. And recently, over the last few weeks, we had the Omicron as well, which is start hitting everywhere. And we had the third vaccine with a booster vaccine, which alhamdulillah, it seemed to be running quite good, but we still have a long way to go. So we issued as well some guidance as well, and we still putting pressure on our community not to relax, especially during the Salatul Jama'ah and during the Friday prayers and the activities in the Muslim and the community centers. this is a slide from last night. We hit almost over 100,000 cases every day. So the disease is still with us. It is very difficult, and we need to keep working very hard. And this probably may be one of the last, probably the last slide. One of the lessons we found that it's always good to get to engage our Muslim leaders, the imams and the ulama. And so we had a few webinars engaging our Muslim leaders, and we're trying to show that really they are, alhamdulillah, great example for the community. Jazakumullah khair. Barakallah fikum. I hope just try to keep on time.
Sharif, you have given us plenty of time for discussion. Jazakallah khairan. And I've already got a few questions. One question asked, why are developed country also having problems with handling the pandemic? And 100,000 cases a day is very scary to most of us. Maybe you can give your insight, why are developed countries struggling to control the pandemic?
Is it for me or for Dr. Ismail?
It's a question for the developed country. Why are they struggling to control the pandemic?
Just one of the issue I probably maybe didn't mention here. Unfortunately, the distribution of the vaccine wasn't really quite fair, and really we felt that's quite important for the developing, for the advanced country, for the rich country, try to share this, and we can see part of it start happening, but it's not enough. It's not enough. I think the rich countries, they need to do more. They need to do their best really to get the vaccine campaign successful everywhere. Because if you are not safe, we are not safe. We're all not safe. We have to make sure. Travel now, the whole world is actually one little village. It's very easy. Countries can infect each other, unfortunately.
So it's just not the issue of resources, it's also issue of attitudes and also acceptance by community also. There are still people in the developed world who refuse to take vaccine, and they may be the focus of spread, for number one. Another question which both Dr. Ismail and you can answer is an interesting question. Is this pandemic Allah's way of cleaning a generation so that the future generation can have a better future? So if I read this question, that this is a world problem, so is this a way of Allah Ta'ala rearranging the demography of the world? Is this Allah's way of choosing the best human generation for the future? Maybe Dr. Ismail can answer this. Is this natural selection by Allah Ta'ala to clean the world? Can you unmute Dr. Ismail? He cannot speak. Try and speak now. Brother Ismail? Cannot speak. Maybe Dr. Sharif can answer this.
This is a test, as you quite clearly said, Dr. Rashid. It's a test from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Every decade we had some pandemic, we had some problems. We have to be up to the case, and this is our responsibility, how we deal with it as a Muslim nations and as a Muslim communities. So this is, I mean, the pandemic has been as early as we remember, even during the Prophet ﷺ, and after Sayyidina al-Khattab went to Ta'un Amus in Palestine, and we know all the story how he took the measures being advised not to get into the area, and he went back and say, look, we take all the asbab, we take all the reasons, we tie the camel, and we make tawakkul on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yes, it's been happening and still happen and might happen again and again, unfortunately.
Inshallah. Brother Ismail, can you speak now?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to give us
response.
This is the natural selection, especially when the developed country are being affected more than the developing country.
Yeah, one actually, Allah has His way of doing things, and like I said, even in the developing countries, a lot are happening. A lot are happening. Probably in these developing countries, their immunity, has been confronted by so many challenges. So probably there are so many diseases that are attacking them. They tried, and at the end they wake up because the situation actually they are more vulnerable to so much diseases, which I said there are so many things going on. Very recently, even this Omicron, like I was saying, we might likely be battling with it because so many bizarre conditions. You tried all your best, people will manifest different bizarre symptoms because there were no enough facilities to keep testing. So nobody may notice that. So probably this is one of the factors that most of the people in the underdeveloped countries were so exposed to so much diseases that all this diseases that may come with mild attack may not manifest much. On the other side, the developed world actually they are just like in some areas they are so protected, they are not exposed. I have seen a lot of people who came from developed countries, they die from malaria, simple malaria, and this malaria, even though it's killing a lot of people in Africa, but almost everybody is carrying malaria along. But once somebody is exposed that is not there, within 1 2 3 days he may die, and people we may even be surprised somebody adult dying of malaria. Most of the malaria death is in young children that didn't develop much immunities. So on the other side is taun can come. We have seen in the history, it is even more devastating than this situation we are seeing, because at a particular time, people before people finish burying people, digging grave, burying them, as you are coming back home, you come and meet so many others dead. You have to pack them again, go back and bury them as they are coming. This is how they survive. At a particular time, they even stop because they are tired. Everybody run away. So this is actually similar. Allah knows why this thing is coming. But for us as Muslims, we really need to do a lot in terms of prayers, and we need to support ourselves
Okay.
so that we can understand anything that comes.
Connection is not very good, Dr. Ismail. Dr. Sharif, the economy recovering. In Britain, it seems everything is back to normal. The stadiums are full and people are just mingling despite 100,000 cases. In Africa, Dr. Sharif can give his perspective on this. In Africa, Dr. Ismail, are you recovering from the economy shutdown and from public health, confidence in public health? And if you are, what is the formula? Because participant from Indonesia wants to compare what you do in Nigeria and what is done or is being done in Indonesia. Indonesian experience you already heard this morning. So maybe Dr. Sharif can start first. People are flocking stadiums and restaurants despite 100,000 cases a day. So what is your take on
please allow me to slightly disagree. I don't think we are recovering the economy. Now, what's really driving the health making, the health makers, the health making decisions in Britain and Europe is the economy. Now, there's a struggle within even the UK, within the same ruling party, whether to lock down during the Christmas, before Christmas, or day after. So Wales, they agreed to start lockdown after the day after Christmas, almost like giving a break for the COVID virus to play around and starting lockdown day after. The economy is really big issue now here. Unfortunately, the scientists they don't agree, and there is many disagreement between scientists and politicians, although almost over the last 18 months, and we can see this. But I mean, this is reality. People still need to keep going on, economy not only on the national level, or even individual. People want to, open small businesses. They want to survive, and as well, don't forget the mental health lockdown. People fed up. People had enough time. Stay at home, do nothing. It's difficult. It's very difficult. Subhanallah, as I said, it's a test on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Brother Ismail, maybe from your experience in Africa, are you opening up the economy? How is public confidence in public health?
Okay, yes, actually, on one part, the issue of economy, like I said, the lockdown order, has forced, even though there were a lot of difficulties, but it has forced people to now look for what can they do. So now, when you look at food security, in most places in Nigeria, most states, they were able now to develop a means of cultivating, expanding in terms of their food production, and a good number of rice production mills were established. Previously, before this COVID pandemic, people rely a lot of the imported rice and other food materials. But now, to the extent that Nigeria is taking rice out and selling it to neighboring countries. So this actually has really forced people to come back, look for how they will survive. And what I noticed, even though the currency value has come down significantly compared to dollar, people were complaining. But what I just observed, if you can take $2 now in America and other countries, it may not be able to feed you as per the lunch or dinner. But when you convert $2 in Nigeria, you can take 2 meals in some places, lunch and dinner. $2 or $3 can feed you twice because of the, probably, even though people were complaining, but the food availability make it much easier. $1 when you use it, it can feed one person. So this is some of the observation that shows that people really are trying to find their way out. And in terms of medical supply, a good number of medical supply has dropped down because indigenous companies were producing. Like I said previously, even face masks become a problem. But now face masks can be produced in local industries. So this actually helped for the economy to, start growing up. In terms of belief in the public health, there were a lot of work between the Iman, Islamic scholars, and some religious leaders. Continuous awareness campaigns make it much, much better. The Islamic scholars have really come out, talk to the people. When the vaccination comes, they went out and take the vaccines, showing the people that we need to do more, even though there were still some, distrust. But to some extent, people were really following what the Islamic and religious leaders are saying.
So, brothers and sisters, participants of this important conference, you hear two experiences from two continents. And what is common is that we, in both of them, what is common is that we, as Muslim health professionals, must be in the thick of the action in trying to convince not just the Muslim, but the whole community of the importance of having good science and promoting good evidence in combating that, not just the pandemic, but any other health issue, with the pandemic being a very good example. So we're just 3 minutes over time, and may Allah Ta'ala reward all of you for listening and contributing, and to our speakers who are leaders of the Islamic health fraternity in their countries, so that inshallah we can learn more lessons for the future if Allah Ta'ala were to test us with yet another pandemic. Wallahu a'lam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Back to the organizing committee, Master of Ceremony. And leave it to the Master of Ceremony to take over now.
Very well, thank you so much to Professor Abdul Rashid. Big round of applause to our plenary session to everyone. Thank you so much for the fruitful discussion, and also thank you so much to all of the speakers that joining us today from Nigeria and also United Kingdom. Really appreciated your times. So ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to our next agenda, we would like to remind you once again, you may visit our website FIMA, and then you may proceed to the conference room, and you will find our more information about sponsors for this event, Prodia and Debion Network. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, coming up to our last session of our first day of this scientific meeting, we are going to have a parallel sessions for the oral presentations. You may proceed to your presentation room as seen on your screen. They're already informed by the committee previously. Please do not hesitate to contact us if you get confused to find your room or for further informations. We wish you have a fruitful discussion in parallel sessions. Thank you so much and enjoy your time at the parallel sessions. So ladies and gentlemen, for your kind informations, if you get confused to find your room for the parallel oral presentations, you may visit our website fima2021.academici.co.id as seen on your screen, and then proceed to conference rooms on the menu tab. After that, you may click the parallel sessions as seen on your screens, and then you may choose the parallel room according to your parallel session schedules. So for participants who would like to join the conference room and then proceed to the next agenda for today's event is the oral presentations. You may visit our website fima2021.academici.co.id as seen on your screens, and then you may click conference room on the menu. After that one, you may proceed to click the parallel sessions, and you may find your room in the list of the menu. We have divided in the 5 rooms, room 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We already sent the link on the chat box. You may find out on the Zoom link. Okay everyone, thank you so much and enjoy your time on the parallel sessions.